Okay. This time it is 9:19, good relatives. We'll call this, once again, welcome to 76th Annual NACNA Convention. We'll call this meeting to order at 9:19. So at this time, we'll go down to B here before our color guards with our invocation. Mr. Cleveland, you can make your way over here. I don't like to keep our color guard waiting too long. Overlook it for me here today, my color guard over there. You know, so I'm just trying to go with this agenda, how it's stated. So at this time, have your good, kind attention to Mr. Cleveland here, part of the tribe, the community here. So I'll turn this time over to him. Good relatives.
Yeah, Majanina. After Egi Hochangma, Egi the Jewida, Wanigina, we Hawana, Hambokai, Jaske, Hana, with Egi Woshgawa, Haniwina, Egi Dego, Egi Waga Harus, Hideanaga, Egi Hampe, Egi Stoideanaga, Degona, Egi. Ijushka hada kijeri hinshianaga maungi karachi hinshi egi yaung chakchin hey. Say good morning, relatives. Just a little introduction to our Ho-Chunk relatives here as to why I'm standing up here. My grandson asked me to come help out and offer a word of prayer this morning. And so I don't want to keep you all too long. I'm sure you all have a lot of business to take care of, so I'm going to do my best to offer a prayer here. Bear along with me for a little bit. Iho mauma kachandra wanchigo hidu kana wajagusta. Igi haide igi nigi karasnaga igi wanigi namchun. Igi hambokai wanchigai ha nagwida wajapenti oiship toka ina diju wianaga igi dego mape igi kushu dwa nagwida igi dego Nish egi historianaga hawana egi woshka haniwina egi jaske egi nanchu nanjawina egi waga hidadus hideanaga degum egi jaske egi kamihuya egi wakanchankranaga egi yahomi daiguna jaske hamte egi kuska nangre egi jagu unangre egi ke wanangre ke haipingwini egi dego eske Yaranaga, Egi Hadrianaga, Egi Wagiti Nai, Egi Mao, Kachanga, Egi Yankishna, Egi Jidera, Wada Kiyoshanaga, Egi Jagu, Egi Hidewa Una, Egi Mao, Kachanga, Egi Pi, Egi Wajan Kiruna, Eske Wadagigianaga, Degona, Egi Skeshke, Egi Choe, Egi Naji Una, Egi Mao, Kachanga, Egi Jagu, Egi Hidara, Egi Dego, Una, Egi Nehi Aperes Gaja, Mount, Kachanga, Egi Degona, Egi Hambokaida, Jaske, Woshka, Hanimina, Egi Hirakara Nai, Haana Guida, Egi Wot, Egi Hinagigi Weanaga, Egi Hoship Wakanchak, Hinagigi Weanaga, Dego Natu Nagi Jawindi, Mao, Kachanga, Egi Jige, Egi Chinja Waji, Wauna, Egi Mount, Egi Pin, Egi G, Wanagigira, De Wanigina, Egi Jiga, Agreja, Egi Dagon Sto, Egi Dushanigi, Egi Chinja Wajiwan, Ejakuwa Karaigi, Egi Pin, Uinek, Eske Natu, Ambokaida, Eske Natu, Ragi Jangi, Egi Mao, Kachanga, Egi Jaske, Egi Ma, Egi Inagunsvida, Egi Chinja Wajiwa Unaki, Egi Pin Hogi Waidek, Gaigona, Egi Mao, Kachanga, Egi Woshgana, Egi Pin, Dego, Egi Haundu Huruquianaga, Aizo, Gaigona, Egi Nehani Pahi, Dego Haanaguida, Egi Mao, Jahina Pedeswi, Gaigona Mao, Kachanga, Egi Yankishana, Egi Rashkuni, Nan Pin, Wet Oinek, Gaigona, Egi Mao, Egi Hoship wada kiyo shuanaga egi degona egi ambokaya daska jago hiki kewi wauna ki mao changa anachde egi wochurgos naga egi pi natura ki jangi egi mao changa egi unikitera egi keshka wada pini nunike ya oncha degona egi nunike jago kewi wauna naga hina peres dagona egi wajokina dego egi unaka dego hide gaidona egi wajoke egi wogira ka dego hiro kumene anaka egi eske hanat egi jide gaidona mao changna egi chushke hare egi choe ka khanak anaka dego unaka egi mao changna egi ske kio wale unte ra egi mao hanat te egi jaske hide na ejawaji pi wajam pi hiro naine eske natura ki jangi egi wajoki naske egi unaka gaidona mao chana egi chi egi ska jaske egi anaguira egi mao janachde egi shurukas naga egi jiga egi dego pinwa gyo jawi iske natu nagi jawi egi nigi karsa hiha naga egi kawata pini nonike ya uncha dego jipa karagi hinga Jesus wo kachagra worshiping you and is good. All right, thank you.
Thank Mr. Cleveland for a really good expression, good prayer. Appreciate it very much on behalf of his good relatives here within the tribe, within the community. You know, expressing himself to the Creator in his native language here. So appreciate it very much, Mr. Cleveland here. So. We'll go down to C here, posting of the colors. I want to thank Mr. Walker for kind of getting things in order, you know, kind of for our veterans and our singers. So thank Mr. Walker here. So at this time, we'll turn this time over here to our singers and our posting of the colors here.
Oh!
want to thank our singers, thank our color guard here, our flag bearers. So at this time, I'll just do an intro here to our flag bearers here, color guard. So at this time, the Brady family staff, Isaac Cardenas, Papa Bear, U.S. flag, Tisha, Tom, the Ho Chunk Nation, Willie, Cleveland, U.S. Army, Jeff Barracks, U.S. Navy, Heather Cloud, U.S. Air Force, Frank White, U.S. Marines, Daryl Lone Tree. Let's give them a good round of applause. Howard. Thank you very much.
Color guard, oh, post the colors. Color guard, follow.
I want to thank our flag bearers, our color guard, all the veterans for stepping up here like always willing to help, always willing to be a part of whenever flags, color guard posts for different gatherings and functions here. So I just want to, I know we have the convention agenda too as well. And at the same time, we had a NACNA business kind of agenda, but on the convention agenda, before we do kind of a welcome, before we do on some tribal leadership and some local good relatives, we want to go down here to some encouragement songs, kind of set the tone here today, before we do our welcome address and from our leadership here within the tribe, within the community, and then we'll go to our roll call. So just trying to have a good set the tone here for today. So we're going to call upon our good relatives once again that helped yesterday. You know who you are, Dallas and Travis. Once again, if you don't mind helping us out once again. The instruments here. I'm going to thank our host chapter here for doing a really awesome job here for all of us. It made things really nice, real convenient for us to come in here and just kind of make ourselves at home, away from home. I want to thank them very much here. So my good relatives could help us out again. I believe we need a drumstick there. And Travis. So I know they just... maybe some of the relatives just came from the ceremony here. So this is kind of a tradition here that we've been doing here within these past 4 or 5 years here. So we just kind of want to set the vibe, the tone here for the day. So have your good kind attention here to Travis and Dallas here, Native American Church members here. So. I'm going to thank our good relatives here once again for helping us out here on the second day of the 76th annual NACNA convention here. So I just want to, first of all, I want to welcome you all here once again to the Ho-Chunk Convention Center. And I'm really glad and happy that this many relatives could take that time, to take that effort here to uphold to your duties and responsibilities as Native American Church, family. I just want to welcome you all here once again. And I know through all the goodness of this way of life has done a whole lot of good for all of us. So before I go any further here, at this time, I just want to do a kind of a moment of silence here. I have some relatives here that lost their loved ones here. So before we kind of move forward through our day, maybe some of your relatives too are kind of that way too, maybe lost a loved one. We could all have a moment of silence here, and then we'll continue on. So. Thank you. I know as the Creator put a good blessing upon each and every one of us. I want to thank our elders, most of all my older relatives, my uncles, my aunties. I want to say thank you for being who you are and being that good auntie and uncle, grandma and grandpa. We are trying our best as an organization. We're going on 76 years of prayer, minutes, statements, and efforts of preserving our good, wonderful medicine and finding that good protection for it, whether it be in the natural habitat or however it may be. So I just want to welcome you all again. I know a lot of you took time away from your work. Maybe you had somebody fill in for you so you can make it here this weekend. I want to say thank you for doing all those good, wonderful things and being flexible and being a good NAC relative to be here. And I'm glad and happy that we are trying to do the best that we can as an organization. I know we're trying to make improvements. We're trying to make improvements in where it needs to be. So I want to commend my officers very much for being who they are and making this organization really nice, comfortable, good vibes and good energies. And also our delegates, I want to thank you all for stepping up to the plate. You was chosen to be by your membership, to be in this capacity, to be in this environment, to vote, to make your opinion and to share your good ideas and thoughts and good energies here. Because I know our relatives instilled in us that we are one prayer, we are one song, moving, going all in the same direction. For our youth, we had a good youth panel yesterday, so all the goodness here, we try to make a convention, we can make this convention, we can make the organization good as we want it to be. If everyone, come together and we could all be unified, collaborating, in a nice way. I've been trying to do that. I know my officers, we all been trying to do that from day one since we got in these positions, is to be unified, to be collaborating, not one organization is better than this organization, or one chapter is better than this chapter, or one family is better than this family. No. In the Creator's eye, in this good medicine, we're all equal. We're all equal. And then when we come in these doors here, and then maybe might have a feeling, or you might have a thought, or hearsay, or however it may be, the elders always say, those kind of vibes and energies, keep that at the door over there. When we come into one room, one area with all these unique tribes, all these roadmen, these water women, these ceremonial practitioners, however it may be, we're all equal. We're all on the same page, because we all want the goodness of this medicine for our future. We don't want our children to be Googling, to be YouTubing, to be doing shortcuts, jaywalking, or however it may be, however you want to interpret it. So I'm just re-expressing when my uncles, we all know we had those go-to uncles, right? Those aunties, remember? They always kind of put us to check, so we miss that here today. We miss that, and especially around the fireplace in the morning time. I want to thank the youth. I know there was a few ceremonies taking place. I want to thank the roadman, all his helpers, and it was really nice, throughout the Ho-Chunk land, the nation here. We got to hear yesterday the story of how everything kind of came about here through humble beginnings, fundraising and doing all these good, wonderful things. So I want to thank Miss Cloud there for sharing that. That history. It was really awesome to hear. Like all the tribes, all the tribes, all the communities, we could be good as we wanted to be. We could be with the elite out there. We could have nice things, economy, nice homes, nice environment, nice good things, for our children. So I just want to, I'm kind of going into my president's report, so I better put a comma right there. And I'm gonna, I know we had some tribal leadership, that was gonna make their way here and kind of do a little welcome, When we go to these conventions, when we go to different reservations, we always try to pay that mutual respect to their prayer warriors in the community, or their tribal leadership, spiritual leaders, however it may be, so I'm gonna leave a space open here. I know Travis has been doing a lot of good hard work here and making all these good ideas, making these good efforts here, so maybe he could come on up and just kind of do a little welcome here. I know I keep calling upon you all since yesterday, but I know I just want to have somebody here from the community just do a welcome here.
Travis Cloud, President of the Native American Church Wisconsin Dells chapter. On behalf of each one of my officers, the community here, I'd like to welcome each one of you that made it over here to the Ho-Chunk Wazijachi, the Ho-Chunk Nation. We are happy to have you here, and we have been looking forward to this time since last year when we were inviting the national delegation to come here, the chapters, your families. So thank you for making the trip over here. And we're doing our best to accommodate the national officers. Thank you to President Brady for all that he does, all that he says. So I'm thankful that there could be this many of us gathered here today through my elders and all of that. They went through to get a place like this for us that we would come to have something nice. So I encourage each one of you relatives to use your voices. And whatever it is that you have questions here for the national officers, this is your time to do that. This is your meeting, and we're happy to have a place for you to come here and conduct your business. So if there's anything that you may need, or if it's in my reach, I'm willing to provide that here, help you with the budget here that our nation gave to us. We're thankful to them for they afforded that to us. So thank you all very much for being here. And I was raised in this Mankanuch. We say that in our language, the Mankanuch, the peyote way. So then on those bags, those t-shirts, it says Ho-Chunk Wazijachi, that means like Ho-Chunk Nation. Then at the bottom it says Mankanuch, and that means like the peyote way. And my grandmother, she was telling me a lot of things about this way and the way that it should be and the way that it isn't and all those good things. So I'm happy that this many of us could be here to preserve and reiterate all those good things. And she used to tell me, grandson, if you can be corrected without getting offended, then you're never going to grow in this life. So I'm thankful for those good things that she was telling me. So it's that way for us. So I'm encouraging each one of you to continue to say all those good things and reiterate all those good teachings that you have while we're here. Because if we don't say them, if you don't use it, then you're going to lose it. So hijan kisha na higi la jewi la wai nigi na bui hinagi hate.
Give a round of applause here. Appreciate Travis here for being the president. I know as organization, as a church, I know for a lot of us, that's just the title. Myself, that's how I feel. This is just the title. We're not trying to be anybody or be higher than anybody else. It's just part of society, how we to have our bylaws, articles of incorporation, and have our charter, things like that. So I want to thank you, Travis, for upholding to your duties and responsibilities here as a Native American church here. So, going further here, we'll go down to our E. On the in a few moments here, maybe we could pull that up here too. On the after we get our other laptop here. So I know we're trying to be savvy, have laptops. We're not just sitting up here scrolling, looking at Facebook or Googling. Everyone here has good things on their game plan. So I'm going to thank you all here very much here for being here once again. So I'll turn this time over here to our secretary. She could do a roll call. So if all possible, if our delegates could kind of move up, to these white tables here. So when we count and do the votes, it could all be in sync, consistent, like that. So just for the record, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank our hosts for everything they've done. The food, the warm welcome, the songs, everything that they've done here, provided over at the church house as well, and the meetings, everything that was provided there, the medicine. So I want to say thank you to our hosts. They've done a lot of work here, so I appreciate it very much. I'm going to say thank you all to the delegates here and your families and the ones that traveled with you. Thank you for being here and conducting this meeting here on behalf of Native American Church of North America. And I'm going to do a roll call here. So if you had two delegates, if you both could raise your hand so we know that you're both here. Salt Lake. Cove Red Valley. The NACNA chapter, Native American Church. Fort Berthold. Lakeland Ceremonial Teepee. Monument Valley. NAC of Omaha. NAC State of New Mexico. NAC State of Wisconsin. NAC Wisconsin Dells. Oneida. Ancient NAC of Pine Ridge. NAC of Shanto. Steamboat Canyon. Yanawanatapila.
Here.
NAC of Wyoming. Stony Ceremonial Fireplace. Steamboat Half Moon Fireplace. NAC of Tuba City. NAC of White Mesa. NAC Winnebago. And then we have our officers, President Brady.
Here.
Vice President Red Cloud.
Here.
Treasurer Watson.
Here.
Editor Daesh.
Here.
And myself, Secretary Paulus Williams. We have 38 voting delegates. Thank you.
All right, give yourself a good round of applause, voting delegates. Thank you all for being here. I know there's some of them still on their way. I want to say thank you all very much for being here for the 76th annual. So we'll go down to F here, approval of agenda. So I know most of you have the agendas here. If not, there's some here. I know at the front registration there. So approval of agenda. F, yesterday we had after the work session, we had a agenda meeting. You know, we just kind of wanted to fine tune. We had everything on the screen here. We wanted to fine tune, you know, so that way everybody's kind of all on the same, same note. You know, we didn't want to be here today talking about, you know, what T's crossed or I's dotted. You know, we just wanted to, what was voted on yesterday and what was second and was passed. You know, so here we are today. So entertaining a motion here for approval of the agenda. I'll give you a little time, maybe look over it real quick.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Legion Day of State of New Mexico motions to approve the agenda as is.
Okay, we have a motion by our State of New Mexico. We have a second by Steamboat Canyon. So no questions, discussions. Okay.
I'm just wondering in the future days if you guys could start putting times on there on each item so that we know how long this meeting's gonna take and how much you're gonna spend on each item. It's just good for time management so that we don't get carried away, hung up on one topic forever, and then we end up not giving the other items that equal attention. So that's just just for discussion for the future, adding time limits. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I want to thank Unaida for the good point. I want to thank her. So all those in favor, we have a motion by New Mexico, second by Steamboat. So all those in favor, raise your hands. Approval of the agenda. I want to thank the comment there. You know, put times on there. I know we have standing rules too, relatives. I was kind of trying to remind you, standing rules. That kind of gives people.
Hold them up, but we'll count one more time.
5 minutes. Awesome, you guys look good today. 29. Those opposed. Those abstain. 1 abstention. 2 abstentions. What is that? Santo? Santo? Mr. Holgate, what chapter?
Wait, Mesa.
White Mesa.
White Mesa. White Mesa. White Mesa. White Mesa abstained, so. Do I have the count?
So we have 29 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 abstentions. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you all for your vote there. We'll go down here to G, in approval of the previous meeting minutes. That was last year's convention minutes. I know we sent that out like 2 months ago. Okay,
Mr. President, I move to approve the previous minutes as is.
okay, we have a motion by New Mexico, approve the minutes as is. Do I have a second? Second by
Native American Church of Omaha Tribe.
Native American Church, Omaha Tribe. Any discussion? Okay, we'll go for the vote. All in favor? Previous minutes, last year's convention.
Two counts, 30.
30.
Yep.
So we have 30 in favor, those opposed, opposed. Those abstain, abstain. Okay, our secretary will read the vote. Thank you all.
We have 30 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you all very much for, for a while myself, to be honest, that was kind of like approval of previous meeting minutes. There was, I heard 3 or 4 different versions, previous minutes. There was like the mid-year meeting and the following year, someone said, the previous convention, it's not your bylaws, it's not really, it kind of, it could go a lot of ways. So, but I finally, after 4 years, I finally kind of caught on what it means now after it was kind of boiled down to elementary level for myself to understand previous meeting minutes. So all these previous meeting minutes is the convention and mid-year, same way, their minutes and quarterly and so on here. So I just want to say, I just got a message from Mr. Larry Wright from the NCAI update. He wanted to share some insights, some updates on a tribal level. He wanted to share, I know NCAI has been, since 2009, they've been very helpful and supportive. Their first resolution that was prepared was sustainability of spiritual harvest. Some backup in a way of all the tribes agreed for us as a organization, as a Native American church, practitioners, that we could, have more backup. It's sad here today, 2025, we still need permission to pray. We still need permission to have a fire, all these kind of things, so we have to deal with that every fall. My legal, my officers here, and man, this is kind of like, but anyways, that's another topic somewhere down the road. But so here today, Mr. Larry Wright had an unexpected meeting here today, but at 11 he's gonna come back on. So, but in the meantime, we have we could go down here to I, or we could go to J. However, we have Justin here and we have Nicole here. However, who wants to go first? Okay, so we'll have your kind attention here. I know we'll kind of stay in order here. So just FYI relatives, when it gets around 11 o'clock, Mr. Larry Wright is going to call in on the Zoom. We'll have him on the screen here. So in the meantime, Mr. Jones, our General Counsel and ACNA, protecting and preserving our sacred medicines and ceremonials through our inherent sovereignty. So I want to say thank you here to our dear, good legal lens. I'm really glad and happy that we brought them on board here. And at the same time, our last legal, they was just here pro bono, and it seemed like that's kind of all what we got, but this one here, I think, we try to plant our seed, as an organization, and at least we could do is maybe a monetary, or however it may be, and it's been going well like that. And Justin here, has been really very kind of like the quarterback, point guard here, the organization on the legal lens, kind of putting us in that path and that direction to do what we need to do. And then I want to thank all the delegates and the chapters affiliated for kind of going along here with the efforts, advocating. We've been saying boots on the ground, making these legislative markers here and there where it needs to be, whether it be with the DEA, FDA, USDA, the White House staff. I know as an organization, so yesterday we had the work session. I'm really glad and happy that our Vice President wanted to do this coalition, wanted to disperse some of the duties and responsibilities to the chapters, so I'm really glad and happy. So at this time, we'll turn this time over here to Mr. Justin Jones. Give him a good hoop, a holler, a lulu, round of applause.
Yad Edo Shidenedo Shetahasniklo Yad Edo Jode Benaso Where Yaha Ashkanani say welcome to the Ho-Chunk Nation of Wisconsin Dells here. Thank you for taking some time to be here, taking some moments and your kind patronage of the convention and the tribe here. I want to thank the chairman of the Ho-Chunk Nation, the tribal council that's here. I want to acknowledge all of the roadmen that are of this tribe. I want to acknowledge all of the traditional cultural leaders of this tribe here. And my family and I, we came here in reverence and with the utmost respect to be a visitor here on this nation. I want to say thank you to all of them. I want to say thank you to my nephew here, Travis Cloud, who's the president of the Native American Church of Wisconsin Dells here, and his committee and his helpers here. I want to say thank you to their hosting of this year's convention. We are always happy to see him and his helpers, things that we do throughout the course of the year. So I wanted to pay some gratitude to the host committee here. And I want to thank all of the officers here that are here at the head table, the president, my brother, the vice president, and then the secretary, the treasurer, the editor, the officers that make up the Native American Church of North America organization. And then I want to say thank you and welcome to all of the delegates that are here, that made their way over here, that have made their presence here today and tomorrow as we proceed with our business side of the convention here. I wanted to make some remarks concerning something that has been very much a heart and soul of a lot of the things that we were doing here in the last couple of years. the agenda and the platform of this administration, the previous administration, and then the new elected administration that were elected last year as well. And the heart and soul of a lot of this pertains to the protection and preservation of our sacrament, of our medicine, of our ceremonies, and not only that, but also many of our medicines that we're using as Native people. A lot of the ceremonies that we still have in our homes, in our reservations, that we still do throughout the course of the year. And we still have lands that are there that we deem that are sacred, where we make our offerings. When we make that offering, we still have those that are there. And then we still have this language that we speak. This language that was given to us by the Creator, that makes us distinct, that makes us different. And as I've heard many times, it's not the color of our skin that makes us unique and different. It's also our language. It's also our ceremonies. It's our ability to live within this creation. It's our ability to communicate within this creation and with this creation as well. And so we call this the sacred in many ways. This is a very sacred aspect of our thought processes, of our feelings, and our belief system. And so this is what makes us distinct. And the question remains today that what are we doing to protect and preserve this? What are we doing to protect and preserve all of this? And that seems to have been evolving as the overall dominant goal of what this Native American Church of North America has evolved to stand for as well. No longer are we just talking about protecting and preserving our medicine, but it has evolved beyond just peyote. It has evolved beyond just the peyote ceremony. It has evolved beyond all of these things. And now we are talking about all medicines, all ceremonies, our sacred sites, and then as well as our language as well. And so in asking that question and in pursuing that, we have come across several issues and several things. One of the things that my brother Daryl Red Cloud talked about yesterday was the fact that we need a coalition. So today it seems like a lot of times you find yourself all by yourself. We need not only the Native American Church organizations, but we need other parties and stakeholders in this whole effort. One of the parties and stakeholders that we are in dire need of to join us in this are our tribal governments, our tribal councils. And so we are on a quest today to begin to make those relationships, to begin those conversations with them, to begin those conversations to say, chairman, chairwoman, president, tribal council, you have a stake in this. And so those are some of the initiatives that we're working on today. And so where do we come in from? How do we proceed with this? How do we begin to build that coalition with our tribal government? We've spent many years already going to Washington and lobbying there, trying to create that conversation between Native American Church of North America, and the elected officials there. The executive branch, office of the president, and then the United States Senate, and then the United States House of Representatives, and all of the other branches that are there to create that conversation with one another. And to say that this is something that is dire to us, that is very much important to us. We need to have this conversation. You need to listen to us. And so we've begun that. But we found ourselves by ourselves. Many times we're being asked, where is your chairman? Where is your chairwoman? Where is your president? Where are your council people? You are a sovereign government. Where are all the leadership? And so we began this quest to say we need to bring that part of our endeavors, and we need to begin to build that. And so I wanted to make this presentation here because as a General Assembly here of the Native American Church of North America, you need to begin to think that, begin to have that mindset, to begin to have that conversation with one another at your local chapter level and with your tribal councils as well and your tribal leadership. Because they have to be part of this process. They have to sit here at the table. Because they are the ones who are responsible for the policy making. They are responsible for the ones of enforcing those policies. They are the ones that are responsible for interpreting those policies and laws at the local level. And so it doesn't make any sense if we're talking about all of this in Washington, but yet at our local level, our tribal governments, they're not sitting here at the table with us. That makes no sense. And so because of that, we've begun this endeavor to bring them in and say, hey, let's begin this conversation. And so how do we approach this? How do we come to this? How do we come to this point where we begin that conversation? And so one of the things that is unique to us is the fact that we are sovereign nations. A lot of times people talk about that. We are sovereign nations. What does that really mean? And so, based upon that term, sovereign nations, I added another word, inherently sovereign. And I wanted to make this presentation to kind of enlighten everybody here. And I didn't want to have a legal conversation with one another either. We have enough of those where a bunch of lawyers get together and they talk about this and that, Supreme Court cases, and it's a lawyer gathering. I wanted to break this down to where that you could understand, that you could begin to think about some of these real simple concepts and terms. And so, the term inherent sovereign, in so many ways we have this already in our cultural stories and teachings. Inherent means, in my language, you could say, Aita diyen nechain lahaki diyen denaye nihi huiz nedot aita yen hinzekes nechan nichits is nichahotelgen ye yishahoti lagi. Interpreting that, it is something that the Holy Spirit has already given to us. It is inherent, it's in our heart, mind, souls, and spirits. It is our prayer, it is our song, it is our belief system. It is our protocols. It is our ways of governing with one another. It's a way of healing. It's a way of conflict resolution. It's a way of doing all of these things, which we already have. And where do we get it from? our belief is that we got it from the Holy Spirit. No five-fingered person or human being gave it to us. We are already created like that. It was here even before European contact. This is how we carried on. Sometimes it's hard to believe that there was a total society, tribes living before European contact. These are the things that enabled us to live and function and carry on. They did not go away. They're still here. And so that's what we mean by we're inherently sovereign. Before the BIA showed up, before the treaties, before all of this, this is how we lived. And to me, if you look at it, it seemed like we did all right. We did all right. We did good. And so I was sitting watching the news last night, and I was thinking about this presentation. And it seems like as Native people, we could kind of have like a little, we're sitting on a grandstand here, and we're looking at the field over there. And I was thinking, it's like we're sitting here and we're watching this. We're watching the United States government make a fool of themselves today. We watch how they carry on. And it seems like we could just get a bag of popcorn and sit there and eat popcorn and watch this movie. And it seems like at the end of the movie, there's a term in Navajo, we say, what? Is that how you carry on? Is that how you function? Seems like you could say that. Is that really is this what you're all about? That's it. Meanwhile, we're watching this. And we're not necessarily, if you really break it down, we're not necessarily a part of all of that either. We have the freedom, we have the capacity, we have the capability to stand on this side of the fence and just watch. We don't have to be involved in all of that. We don't. And it was interesting how my brother asked me a question yesterday. Is the United States Constitution even applicable to us? No. It's not really applicable to us. And I'll tell you why here in a little bit. So in a way, our inherent sovereignty is still here. We still go by that. And so it's a way of self-governance. We have the power to do that. We have the power to make our own laws. We have the power to enforce our own laws. We have the power to regulate anything and everything that we want in so many ways that we have on our nations. And so let's begin to think about that power that we have. Let's begin to think about that capability that we have to do all of these things. It seems like we get so confined and so infused in so many things today that we lose sight of this. And I think in so many ways our medicines and our ceremonies, they enable us to do that. Because that is really what our ceremonies and our medicines and our ways of life is based upon. And so that's what inherent sovereignty in so many ways. Now, I've always been favored the fact that if you get a bunch of lawyers together and they start talking about inherent sovereignty, they're going to be here all day. This is what lawyer conventions are all about a lot of times. Or if you get government officials. But when you get people together like you, that come from humble homes, that have humility in their heart, that have prayer, that live by that prayer, that have discipline and protocols, they still live by that. I heard one of our female relatives yesterday, our women folks yesterday, I was listening to her talk about some things. I'm the auntie, I'm the grandma. That's inherent sovereignty, what she talked about. It's not written. It's not anywhere. It's in our hearts and in our minds. It's inherent. It's already there. The Holy Spirit already gave it to us. A lot of times we lose sight of it and we forget it. Or we have other forces that tell us that they're not true. And we look up that way and we start following that. However, they're already there. So I wanted you to think about that. Remember now, my presentation today is to stimulate your thinking, is to have you begin to think about these things. So when you begin to think about these things, then you're going to find somebody else that's in the same boat. And then you're going to have a conversation. And that conversation is going to begin to create momentum. Then there are going to be more persons in that conversation. And pretty soon the conversation is going to become a movement. And that's what our intention is here. So that that conversation begin to grow. Inherent sovereignty, or sovereignty, just to make some examples, because it seemed like as Native, a lot of times, maybe because we were conditioned in the boarding schools, or we were conditioned through generational trauma that we've gone through since European contact, is that we have this feeling that we have to get permission to do things. Or the reality of it, just like my brother Pancho says, that we have to get permission to do things because that's a form of domination, dependency. So, but let's dissect this a little bit more. Our treaties are really based on a recognition of sovereignty. We could talk all day about how the federal government does not honor treaties. We can do all of that, yes. But take a step back. There was a recognition of it somewhere, and it really hasn't been taken away yet. Is the fact that our treaties are based upon our recognition of sovereignty. The federal government will not make a treaty unless they recognize it as a sovereign. As a sovereign. So the federal government made treaties with us because they recognize us as sovereign nations. A totally different form of government, totally different form of people, and this and that. As they would recognize other countries. So we were a nation within a nation. But in either to make that relationship legal and formal, we have treaties. They put it right here and say, hey, like last week or the other week, June the 1st, the Navajo Nation, we signed we signed a peace treaty with the United States government on June the 1st, about 157 years ago. And so we have those treaties. So let's think about the fact that we are already, through our treaties, recognized as sovereigns, as totally different nations. And they even inserted it in their constitution as one of the articles, that they would make treaties with sovereign nations. So they already put it in there. Here's the catch. As one of our elders at home talked about it, he said, does the NACNA, what does that mean? In our language, that means that they didn't know what they were doing to begin with themselves. Because the fact that they recognized it and recognize us as a complete sovereign, they shut themselves off to a lot of things. Which today, even almost 200 years later, we could pick that up and say, hey, by the way, you closed off your loophole here. So thereby, I'm going to compel you per this contract to do certain things. And so those are some things that we need to begin to recognize and begin to pinpoint and put on the table and begin to do that. And who's going to begin to do that in so many ways with medicines and ceremonies? Us, the American Church of North America, and other organizations. And so I wanted you to understand the treaty. Yes, we spend a lot of times. Yes, that is true. The United States government has violated these treaties. They've done this and that, yes. But the fact that those treaties have not been absolved or thrown out the window, there's a difference between total elimination, termination of a treaty versus violations of a treaty. There is a difference. And so, yes, they violated it, but now they're still there. They could have just not do that as well. That could have happened. They could have totally just took that and just basically took over. But that's where that elder at home was saying, does the NCAI, the fact that they put a treaty there. So it's binding. That's what I wanted to highlight on that. Now, we also have the United States Supreme Court. They have recognized our inherent sovereignty as well. Through the course of how the legal systems are structured here in the United States. Through that whole process, at one point, even beginning in the 1830s, the United States Supreme Court recognized tribal nations as sovereign nations. They recognized it. One of the famous cases I put there is the Worcester v. Georgia in 1832. The United States Supreme Court said, we are recognizing the nations that are there as sovereigns. One of the key wording in that holding of that Supreme Court case was that they recognize us as sovereigns because we predated the United States Constitution. Before they made their holy paper here, we were already here. We were already doing what we were doing. We were already living as a nation. We were already functioning as a nation. And we were doing pretty good. And so the Supreme Court said, that's how I'm going to recognize you, because of that. No other reason. So because of that pre-Constitution recognition and how the United States government saw us, that's why we say, and the United States Supreme Court has said that as well, that the United States Constitution in one way or another does not pertain to us. Don't hikest kita as native nations. And so, but one of the major branch of the United States federal government recognizes as sovereign nations. So that's significant. That's very significant. In our recognition as sovereign nations, what are we doing here? What do we do? Very simply, what makes it as a sovereign, inherent sovereign nation that we are? We have the ability to make our own laws. We have the ability to do that. All tribal nations are like that. Like in my home, like at my home, the Navajo Nation government, they have a Navajo Nation council, 24 members that can make a law for the Navajo Nation. Then they pass it over to the president, who will veto it or sign it into law. And then they have a Navajo Nation Supreme Court who will interpret that. So a lot of tribes are set up like that, to where their council can make a law and it can enact that law. So we have the ability to act our own laws here. We also have the ability to enact a tax within our jurisdiction. The Ho-Chunk Nation has a tax, as with a lot of tribes. They can tax all activity within their jurisdiction here. So we have the ability to do that. The laws that are made, we have the ability to enforce it as well. If we make a criminal law, it says you cannot drive more than 20 miles per hour in this zone and you get caught, you get a ticket. And it will be over to the tribal court. And they will enforce it. If there's a civil between a person and a person, if there's something that happens, then there's a lawsuit that does happen, then we have the ability to enforce that. So we have the ability to enforce our own laws. That's what it means to be sovereign. And then we have the ability to regulate activities here. It's a general concept, but when you begin to break it down, we have a lot of say of what goes on our reservations. We have a lot of say. So these are the powers of self-governance that was recognized that we could do in so many ways. And so when you think back upon from the time that maybe these treaties and all of these have been signed all the way up to now, ask yourself this, because this is important. What have we done as sovereign nations, our ability of self-government, to protect and preserve our medicines, to protect and preserve our ceremonies, to protect and preserve our ways of life, to protect and preserve our language, to protect and preserve all? What have we done? I think that if you take a poll of all of the tribes across Indian country here, I think they're varied. And I'm not afraid to be honest about my own tribe. When the World Intellectual Property Organization began to work on some documents as to what is protected and what is not protected, we examined ourselves on the Navajo Nation, and guess what? We didn't even have any laws enacted on the Navajo Nation to protect our medicines, our intellectual property, our ceremonies. There was none. At then. There's ani ba at then. There are other tribes across Indian country who at least have some statutes written to say this is the deal. And it's sad when you see that. But we like to complain to the federal government about a lot of things. And guess what the federal government a lot of times says to us? What have you done over there at your own home? What have you done over there? And so we need to begin to have our conversation and begin our mindsets accordingly. Say, hey, let's take care of our own home. Like a good home, grandma, auntie, grandpa teaching is this. Before you do anything, make sure your dishes are washed. Make sure that your bed is made in the morning. Make sure your horses are fed. Make sure that your house is all in order before you do other things, because that's important. Before you save the world, make sure your mom and your dad are taken care of. Make sure that your elders are taken care of. Make sure that everything is in order. Then you can go save the world. Kind of a teaching like that. So when you look at our self-government today, we have not really progressed in so many ways. To protect and preserve our medicines, to protect and preserve our ceremonies. So as inherently sovereign nations, it seems like we need to take a second look at this and say, hey, what are we doing? A lot of the laws that are made at the tribal council level, at the tribal government level, a lot of times do not address what we're talking about here. And so we need to begin to sit down with our leaders and begin to say, hey, what are we doing about this part of our people here? How are we protecting our medicines here? How are we protecting the intellectual property of our people here? How do we prevent anthropologists coming onto our reservations and studying anything and everything, and we're just being open with it? Oh yeah, come on in. You can study this ceremony or that ceremony, or you can even ingest some of this medicine here. See how it makes you feel. That's how you can understand that. No? No? That's the unwritten law that says no. A lot of our tribes, a lot of the things that we do, a lot of things that we still have, it has to be protected. To us, it seems like we want to have these 100 years down the road over here. They have to stay intact over there. But if we just sell it, if we just be open with it, then they're going to pick away at it. And pretty soon, somebody's going to copy it for the sole purpose of selling it and making $1 off of it. That's what we have today. No longer are some of the things that we do secret anymore. It's just open. So the laws that need to be created have to be pertaining to keeping that where we're at today. And so those are some of the things that we need to begin to talk about. And those laws that are created can't be reflective upon non-Indian laws as well. They have to be based upon traditional, natural laws that we've lived by for years, generations. We have to have that inserted in there. The Navajo Nation, the first chapter in their Navajo Nation Code, it's called Title I. In there, they have what they call natural, traditional, customary, and common laws. That it was derived from these teachings and derived by these laws that we live by for a long time. And they created that. It's as valid and it's as justifiable as the law that says you cannot drive beyond 15 miles per hour in a school zone on the Navajo Nation. It's as valid as that. But the problem is that we don't know and understand our own laws. It's foreign to us because we're so immersed. But it's as valid as that criminal law that I just outlined. And so that's why I say we need to keep secret what is sacred. We need to keep secret what is sacred. Keep repeating that to yourself. And I think that part of it is part of this recognition of sovereignty. This is all we got, people. We don't have the land base that we used to have at one time. We don't have a lot of things that we used to have at one time. It's been withered away. It's been taken away. Our prayer in its infant, genuine form, we still have that. Some of our ceremonies, we still have those. And this ability to communicate using our native tongue that the Holy Spirit gave to us, these kind of language, the language that we have, we still have that. We still have the ability to have maybe a smoke ceremony to heal a person that has mental, emotional problems. We still have the ability to do conflict resolution when person A and person B, when they have a conflict, utilizing our own ways to do this. We still have the ability to go to a sacred place and put down tobacco or and say a prayer there. We still have that ability to do that. We still have the ability to go by our clanship systems, our disciplines, and our protocols to say, hey, you can't marry your own cousin in your own clan. You can't do this. We still have the ability to regulate ourselves like that. We still have that. And we need to protect it and preserve it. This is our last stronghold in our inherent sovereignty. This is it. We still have our Indian ways. We still have that. We have to protect it and preserve it. And so that's what I mean. It's no longer just about peyote anymore. It's no longer just about peyote ceremonies anymore. It's beyond that. Why? Because we have an influx of people bringing all of these things together and attacking it. They want it. Non-natives want this. They want it. To sell, to make something out of it. Because we're inherently sovereign, we can't allow that. And it just so happens that maybe this time around, the federal government actually helped us along in 1994. When they passed the Peyote Amendments, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, they set it in law, in federal law, to say that you have to be a member of a federally recognized tribe. You have to be a member of a federally recognized tribe to possess a peyote, to transport it. And when you want to ingest it and use it, you have to do it in a bona fide ceremonial setting. It didn't say church, it didn't say anything, it says ceremonial setting. That's what the federal law says. And so we have that here. The federal government actually helped us. But the same law that's there, it seems like we cannot create that and make that law at our own local level. And So, those are some things that we have to begin to think about. They're coming through here. They want it. Non-natives are wanting all of this. How are they trying to get it? That's one thing we have to begin to recognize as well. There are several ways. Way back when we had first contact on this way, one of the ways that they tried to do that was they took our language away. They wanted to take the Indian out of us. And one of the mechanisms that was used was religion. Did you know that we still have the same problem today? They're still at it? I'll give you one story. Within the last couple of weeks, there was a church in Gallup, New Mexico, that created plays and skits, and they told their congregation that because that medicine men and traditional practitioners pray to the devil, they're going to hell. So if you even go there, you need to get rid of your traditional paraphernalia. You need to go burn your medicine bundles. That's what happened. And the crazy thing about it today is that our great Navajo Nation government has been silent. Absolutely silent. There's something absolutely wrong with that picture. Why do we allow this? It's not a anti-religion or anything. It's a recognition and respect that we are sovereign nations, that we still have. We are still a people. And so, through government, it's making us dependent upon the government. That's been an age-old mechanism that they've used. It's embedded in our education and our curriculums. Our children are being taught that Christopher Columbus discovered America. It's still in our curriculum. Our tribal governments just cannot make a law to say you cannot teach that here on the nation here. The state departments of education and the Bureau of Indian Education, you can't teach that here. If that teaching is going to be, you're going to have to teach them their cultural evolution. Like in our case, we came from that's where we came from. So we can't really enable ourselves to do this. So these are our outright attacks on our Indian ways. This is still here. But we're being quiet. We're being too quiet. We have pharmaceuticals now that are guising and disguising all sorts of ways to try to get at that medicine and our ceremonies. They're still trying to use the First Amendment of the United States Constitution to say, this is a church, we have a freedom of religion. I'm going to create a church over here and call it a church just so that I could use the medicine. Your problem is the fact that the federal law says you have to be a member of a bona fide and federally recognized tribe in either to ingest it, possess it, and transport it. And you have to use it in a bona fide ceremonial setting. You can't just buy it and keep it within your home and make tea and drink it while you're driving to Walmart. It has to be in that bona fide ceremonial setting. Bona fide means in a respectable, reverent environment. That's what bona fide means. And so, We cannot continue to be quiet. We cannot continue just to stay silent. We can't continue just to kind of just look the other way anymore. Because if we do, 100 years down the road, all of this is going to be gone. We cannot allow that. I can't. I don't know about some of you, but I can't. So it seems like not only can we not just sit down with our tribal governments, maybe some of us need to be the tribal government now. Maybe that's the only way it's going to work. And I believe that the Native American Church of North America has begun that process to lead the charge that we're not going to be quiet anymore. And it's just not about peyote and peyote ceremonies anymore. It's across Indian country. It's our buffaloes. It's our sacred sites where we put our offerings down. It's our land base. It's our ceremonies. You can't just copy peyote in the laboratory and try to sell it too. We're not synthetic. We're sacred. It's not synthetic, we're sacred. And so, I wanted to leave you with that today. Begin this conversation. And I want to thank you for your attention today. I want to say thank you, and may Holy Spirit bless you, take care of you, and guide you along the way.
Awesome. I think Mr. Jones for a good presentation and highlighted some of the ins and outs of our way of life. You know, it's been going on for years. We all know that. And I know our elders are getting tired of the same old agenda out there where we're kind of pushed to the side. And then we'll have our secretary get the Zoom link ready. Mr. Larry Wright is waiting. Okay, so right at 11 a.m. we have a Zoom link we gave to Larry. You know, we got about a minute or so, but Mr. Larry Wright Jr., you know, he's the executive director of the National Congress of American Indian, and he comes from the Ponca tribe of Nebraska. And we were very pleased and honored to know that National Congress of American Indian is really in good support of all the efforts, you know, from day one. And actually, when Mr. Larry Wright got appointed to be the director of the organization of National Congress of American Indian, you know, his first engagement, his first meeting was with the NACNA quarterly meeting in Washington, D.C. You know, I thought that was really nice, you know, kind of set the tone for his future for all of our native tribes throughout the Northwest, East, and South here. So I know we have some legislative chair online here. I know we're just kind of waiting on him to link in the system here once that gets going. And then we have our secretary. She'll put it on the screen here. So, but in the meantime, you know, Mr. Wright here, he's been very busy himself as well. So we trying our best to, I know he sure wanted to be here, but prior engagements and different things that he has to do, you know, so we appreciate this little time of him, his busy schedule, you know, going through all these efforts here on behalf of all our tribes, all our nations, you know, so we want to thank him very much, Mr. Wright, for all his efforts for Indian country, you know, so I want to say thank him and all that he's doing. And I know he's trying his humble best as a tribe, as a nation, and as represent his people, his clan. You know, so in a few moments here, once he gets on the link here, we'll go ahead and link him in here. So I thank you all for going along, and right when this is done here, maybe we'll take a little short break, 10-minute break, and then we'll reconvene. When we come back, we'll go with Nicole. I know she, our good helper here on the legal end, waiting here. She has a PowerPoint she wants to share with you all. So,
Well, if you have a headphone jack.
in the meantime, we have a medicine, a cactus that's going around, a rare cactus that has on it. I bought that at Walmart, Oklahoma last week. So that's for real. That's a cactus right there. And it looks like a peyote tree, star cactus. So that's kind of what we're heading to, relatives, if we kind of don't, you know, speak up, or if we don't kind of, that's where we're heading. You know, so we're trying every movement to convene, to have everyone rally up. You know, I know through all the goodness and all the prayers and efforts that, you know, we can make it strong. We can make our voice stronger, you know, and can be thunderous throughout the north, west, east, and south here. So I'm just talking because I'm waiting on Mr. Larry here, right? I know this room here, I know up here, our cell service is not really up to par. But when we go back to the coffee, the water, we get service. So I have your kind attention here, Mr. Larry Wright here, of the Executive Director of the National Congress of American Indians. He was a formal tribal chairman for 11 years. And it's his first engagement when he got elected to be the Executive Director was at the Washington, D.C. at the NACNA quarterly meeting. So thank you, Mr. Wright here. We're getting queued up here, so we'll turn this time over here to you. Thank you.
Oh, appreciate it. I apologize, I'm kind of talking at a black screen. You can't see anybody, but hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. We're just kind of fine-tuning it here. He's going to set up a webcam that... yeah, so in the meantime, yeah, you can go ahead. I know you probably have a busy schedule, so in about a minute or so, we'll have a webcam, and then where you can see everybody here. So, thank you, Larry. Yeah.
You bet. I appreciate it. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. Again, my name is Larry Wright Jr. I'm from the Ponca tribe in Nebraska. I'm also a descendant of the Sichongu Lakota, and thank you for having me here today. Appreciate Ryan reaching out. I got to talk to him this week at our mid-year conference that we just finished up out in Foxwoods, and I know some were there, but you know, I've been in this position for just less than 3 years, and before that, as was stated, I served as tribal chairman for the Ponca tribe of Nebraska for 11 years. Served on council and was involved with the tribal government for just right over 18 years. And during that time, I was also the area VP for the Great Plains region at NCAI, and took that responsibility to heart in representing Great Plains. For those that know NCAI, NCAI was created in 1944, and today is still considered the largest and is the oldest organization to represent Indian country, and was founded on those views of protecting our sovereignty, traditional way of life and cultures, our communities, and we take that commitment and that mission very seriously. And one of those issues at play is the right to practice our traditional ways, our medicines, our religion, and we want to make sure that we do everything that we can to continue to protect that. some of the things that are going on with Indian country, as you all know, with this administration, that we're being, our tribal sovereignty, our funding, all of those issues are being attacked on multiple different levels, and I dare say affecting all of our issues and across the board, from rifts in the government that affect carrying out our services, and to the funding that is being considered for cuts and rescission and all of those things that NCAI is very aware of, and we are committed to making sure that we continue to advocate on behalf of Indian country to make sure that those things don't happen. But as you can imagine, the amount of information and the actions that have been taken by this administration with executive orders and lawsuits and different things that are happening in Congress is really too big for one organization. And one of the things that NCAI acted quickly on, along with some of our partner organizations, was when the first executive order came out attacking DEI, and as part of those attacks, Indian country was considered part of that. And as you all know, Indian country is not a racial minority, and diversity, equity, inclusion are things we all know about, but we are not part of. And we are political minorities. We have that unique government-to-government relationship with the federal government, and they needed to be mindful that DEI is not the same as the trust and treaty responsibility that the federal government has with our tribal nations. And so one of the things that we did, we reached out to our sister organizations and intertribal organizations, much like that was done during the COVID. And with COVID, we knew that was a specific issue, and it was life and death. As many of our tribal nations, we lost many tribal citizens to COVID. This one here, this issue attacks issues across the board, but what can't be lost is some of these actions could still result in life and death. If funding is cut to our healthcare systems, if those that are in the federal government that are responsible for carrying out those programs and making sure that our tribal nations get the funding that we are owed, it could have those kind of consequences. And so we wanted to make sure that we were being proactive, and as part of that response, we worked with sister organizations and intertribal organizations to create this coalition to come together to work on responses to these actions that were being taken. And today, we've strengthened that coalition to a point where there was so much information that was being put out, and information that we were responding to, that we've created a website to help tribal leaders understand, and we listened to tribal leaders to get their input about what they were seeing, things that they were thinking, how these actions directly affected their tribal nations. We wanted to get that information so we could share it and make sure that we were responsive to Indian country as a whole, but also making sure that this administration and members of Congress, both our allies on both sides of the aisle, but also educating new members of Congress that took on leadership roles and in charge of committees that had direct impacts for Indian country, and doing outreach and education so that they also knew their responsibilities to Indian country. And so that coalition, and I apologize here, but the coalition has a website that anybody can access, and that website is coalitionfortribalsovereignty.org. And so all of the documents that the coalition has put together and sent are stored there. There are templates for tribal leaders to use to send to their own delegations. there are talking points that have been put together for tribal leaders to use for their tribal nations, and we encourage you to look at that website. You can go to NCAI's website and find the link for this as well. But we want to make sure that we're continuing to be mindful and responsible for that information, and to make sure that we're getting that to Indian country as fast as we can, and at the same time, what's critically important, that we're listening to our tribal leaders. And we know that this continues to be an issue, and an issue that you all are very familiar with in fighting for peyote, and making sure that that is part of our efforts in protecting our traditional ways moving forward. When we talk about the American Indian Religious Freedom Act and the amendment of the peyote amendment in 1994, that is something that NCAI is a partner with the task force, and I want to make sure. One of the first meetings I took when I got in this position was to attend an invitation of this committee to address those issues, and we stand here in support of that still. And we continue to see attacks on our religious freedom. Most recently, there was a cert for Oak Flats as a religious consideration that was denied by the Supreme Court based on religious beliefs, and I believe that has some relation to issues like peyote and other religious beliefs, because if they're willing to deny something like that, the potential lies there. I'm not saying there will, but I believe the potential is there for an issue like peyote specifically to be attacked and denied religious freedom as well. So we need to make sure that we're vigilant in addressing that issue and protect it as much as we possibly can. And we're also seeing that making sure that this issue is protected. The UN World Intellectual Property Organization on the international treaty, and so that peyote isn't those patents to try to make synthetic medicine don't ruin our original ties to that medicine and take that away from our people. And so we're addressing many of these issues on different topics, as I mentioned: sacred site protection, tribal co-management of federal lands, obviously the peyote habitat conservation, and important with all of those things is to make sure that the tribal consultation is not ignored, that we continue to demand that on all fronts.
Yep.
And making sure that, again, as the peyote task force meets and makes recommendations, that we're hearing those and making sure that we can support those every way that we possibly can. I just addressed our membership at our mid-year conference, and tribal sovereignty is not for debate. And Indian country will protect this at all costs. And this is it is an honor to be a part of this fight. It's an honor to be the executive director of NCAI, to work with Indian country day in and day out. And we know that it's a never-ending fight. There's new fights on different fronts. The fights get more sophisticated in trying to take and attack our tribal sovereignty, and we want to make sure that we're standing shoulder to shoulder with you as we continue to answer the threats that are being put before us. And so you have my commitment as executive director to continue to do that. But we obviously can't do that alone. And so we look to you as leaders in this space to help us as much as we can help you. And I guess, Ryan, I'm happy to answer any questions if there's questions.
Thank you, Larry. Any questions for Mr. Wright? Any questions? I know everyone appreciates you, Larry, for making your report and giving us an update on the mid-year. And we appreciate all your good support from day one. 2009 NCAI has been really helping along, and then we got resolutions along with the decrim, you know, federal preemption, you know, all of that. And I thank you very much for that good support and that good effort, and appreciate all that you're doing for Indian country. And may the rest of your term, or many more terms, or however it may be, everything could fall into place for you. A good, productive, plan for all tribal nations. And I know prayer is number one, and then all the things, tribal government. I know we got to kind of roll the sleeves up now, and we got to do what we need to do. And I appreciate all the goodness here, the ideas, the thoughts, the good efforts on behalf of the Native American Church of North America and all the chapters affiliated here. We're at Ho Chunk Nation. This is our 76th annual. We have 76 years of prayer, resolutions, statements, and song. So we're trying to do our best here today, 2025. We have one question here by our Vice President, Mr. Red Cloud.
Hello, Mr. Wright. This is Darryl Red Cloud. And I heard in your presentation, your report here, that you talked about protecting the medicine, the peyote, and you're aware of the psychedelic movement out there and so forth. Next week here, we're going to be NACNA. We're going to try to be up there in Colorado. There's a psychedelic Sciences 2025. Just wondering if NCAI is aware of what's happening over there and so forth. Can you give us a little information, please?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but I'll follow up and see what I hear on that. I know we have one of our staff members that's going to be down in Colorado at a different event. But I'll follow up on that and get that back to you. And Ryan, I'll send that information to you.
Great. Well, thank you, Larry. I know Ryan is the legislative chair. And at the same time, we'll share the flyer. We have a symposium down there, Denver, next week, Wednesday and Thursday. We have ceremonial practitioners, tribal leadership, Senator Gonzalez, Senator Danielson, Proposition Bill 122. Back in 2022, they passed 5 substances, and by next year, 2026, they got mushroom and peyote on the line for psilocybin and the mescaline. And we all know, as Native American Church practitioners, you can't separate it. It's one, whether you go in it, beside it, under it, above it, So we're reinforcing the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. Today there's no enforcement. It's probably the only law that don't have a budget or any issues. There's no office to call. So we could go on and on, but we appreciate, we'll set something up to you. There'll be a lot of tribal, there's different conferences going on, energy, different things going on. So we want to be there and hear, listen, and 2 days of efforts here. So thank you, Larry. I don't think there's any more questions here. Yeah, so I guess
one last thing.
Hold on. Yep.
Hi, Mr. Wright. My name is Corey Dayish. I'm one of the delegates for this convention here. I guess my question is, could you provide, to your best knowledge, the history of CTS, the Coalition of Tribal Sovereignty, and who are the administrative officials that run that organization?
This, we formalized the CTS right after the administration, after the president issued his executive order on DEI. And we felt that that needed a strong response to make sure that that we weren't caught up in that. And this really came together at a conference. AT&I was actually going on, and so we formulated bringing the coalition. We started NCAI invited different sister organizations, intertribal organizations, to talk about what they were hearing and all this. So I would say the coalition officially started about the first week of March, and how it's administered. I would say today, as of now, we have 37 different organizations and intertribal organizations that are officially members of CTS. And those members, and then we have a separate group called Allies. And if you go on the website, you'll see who they all are. But the actual core group is, we wanted to focus on those organizations that actually worked on policy issues. Because so much in the past, people could come together and say, we need to do this, we need to do that. And then when we got off the call, nobody picked up the ball and said, okay, how do we follow up? What's our follow-up? What are we going to produce? And we wanted to make sure that that wasn't lost. And so our first meeting that we convened to reach out to them and say, all right, let's put some rules in place that we all agreed to follow up. And one of those rules was, no one organization is going to take credit for everything, because if this is truly going to work and we're truly going to be responsive to our Indian people, we all need to agree to put our egos aside, and we need to help support that. And what we did is we also asked each organization to identify somebody on their staff, policy, communications, that as we put these documents together, that they would actually commit to doing the work. And so while we have 35 different organizations that are part of CTS, of that we have a subgroup, they call themselves the worker bees, and there's about 60 individual staff members from each of those organizations that work daily to take in information that we hear from tribal leaders, information that is coming from the administration and Congress, specific members of Congress requests for help and information, and we put those letters together, and then by extension develop working content templates for tribal leaders to use, talking points. And we've had to work to specialize, just like in all the different things that are under attack, whether it's education, healthcare, housing, potential lawsuits. We have those subgroups that are being addressed as well. So we encourage others to join, and we welcome that. Again, the main criteria is we want organizations that have policy staff that can contribute. And so as this information is done, it gets communicated out to our tribal nations as well. And so it's fairly young in that standpoint, formally, but the biggest step that we've taken is creating that website. And by extension, because so much work is being done, the coalition has actually contracted with some outside contractors to help facilitate the day-to-day activities, like communication, like the formalizing of policy documents. Because there's, as I said, there's so much going on. We're also mindful that each organization has its day-to-day work to do that is different in scope, but there's so much information that we have to address that we wanted to make sure none of it fell through the cracks. So this continues to evolve, it continues to get bigger, but the strength in this is that we all are working on the same issue. And I know many of you have heard that old example. You know, if we grab one arrow, it's easy to break that one arrow in half. But if we have that bundle of arrows, it's much harder. And that's how we're addressing this with CTS, and knowing that it also represents Indian country as a whole. And the more that we stick together, the harder it's going to break us. And we'll continue to advocate and fight on that level. I hope that answers the question.
Yes. Just want to thank you. I know talking about arrows, we have one arrow here. So we need some more arrows. Good arrows, good arrows. So thank you again, Mr. Wright, for all the good efforts here. So with that being said, appreciate your time. And
one more thing.
Yeah, okay.
One last thing. I do want to just put a plug in and invite and remind our work at the National Congress of American Indians is representative of our membership. And you as our members, that's where we take our marching orders from. And the opportunity to do that and be heard directly is at our next convention, our annual convention, which this year is in Seattle from November 16th through the 21st. And information like this will be shared. It's very important that Indian country comes together. And I know the task force will meet, but I also wanted to extend an opportunity, if the task force is interested, to have an opportunity to have a panel discussion on this topic in General Assembly or a breakout session. And if there's interest, please don't hesitate to reach out and let me know, and we'll make sure that happens.
Yes, thank you. And yes, I know we would be very interested. You know, we have a good, really nice, get something really nice here for awareness for all our tribal leadership. And I think as a Peyote task force, and I think it would be really nice if when all the people that are there, tribal leaders, you know, if we just kind of get that chance to talk and share the story and share the challenges that we're facing here today, so we could get everyone all on board. You know, we could all be singing the same song. We all can be in tune. So I appreciate you, Mr. Wright, here for today. So with no other questions here, I thank you very much here on behalf of Native American Church of North America. Aho.
Aho. Good luck.
All right. So at this time, delegates, we thank you for your patience and thank you for your time here. I know lunch is about here, and at the same time we have our professor of law, you know, kind of waiting here, so maybe we can just go ahead and go through that here. In the meantime, they're going to bring all the lunch down here, so kind of like a working lunch. So we'll go down to back to Jay here. I just want to thank Nicole here very much for being a professor of law. Her topic here today, you know, we'll be protecting the sacred, you know, through our tribal laws, inherent sovereignty, and international law. You know, so I just wanted to give a time here for her. And she was very instrumental with several tribes here. Currently, she's working with the Arapahoes on some of the springs, some of the water. And I'll let her share kind of, I'm sure she ain't going to talk about all what she did, but I know she's very useful, very educated, a very a good individual that can help Native tribes. You know, so we're so lucky here that we have her here. You know, on behalf of Chief White Man here, acquaintance, I want to thank him for bringing her here, and then yourself here for sharing some encouragement. So I'll turn this time over here to her.
Perfect. Got a mic? Perfect. Can I stand here?
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you thank you for the prayers, thank you for the songs, thank you for the teachings, and I'm really, eat the mic. Okay, I'm really grateful to be here with you. I want to acknowledge the experts here in the room, really, being the Indigenous peoples, and you as the knowledge holders. And really, when it comes to the issue of peyote, I look to you as the leaders. And that's kind of the starting point. So I'm gonna be presenting about international law and how it can add to the protections and add to the arguments that you're making, but I wanna make a few points at the beginning. So I wanna recognize that the starting point for all of this has to be Indigenous laws, legal traditions, and governance. And those are looked after by your traditional leadership. I believe the people who are in the room here, they're usually kept in your languages, they are based on your Indigenous ways of life and your legal traditions. And frankly, they're different from tribal laws and federal Indian law. And it connects to the inherent sovereignty of Indigenous peoples not to delegated authority, okay? So I think it's really important to recognize Indigenous knowledge keepers, to recognize you as the leaders, and that's my starting point. I will be speaking also about Western public international law, and I want to tell you it's actually a relatively new field of law, and also acknowledge that it arose in the colonial encounter, really. And so it arose early in the colonial encounter, and it's important to acknowledge that it played a role in colonization, including the doctrine of discovery and what some of your leaders were referring to as dispossession, oppression, dependency, that dominance of the imposed legal systems. And the United Nations recognizes all of these as indicators of colonialism. Guess what the counter-remedy to colonization is? The Indigenous right to self-determination. And that is basically what is owed to Indigenous peoples. It's the rights that Indigenous peoples have stood up for from the local and from the ground all the way to the international level. And I've had the privilege of working on Indigenous issues all the way from the ground to the international level for 2 decades now, more than 2 decades actually. I'm also a law professor, so I teach about these issues, and hopefully some of the things I've learned and that I can share with you can be helpful to add additional remedies, in additional strength to your arguments. But again, I want to acknowledge that you as Indigenous peoples have your own laws. And a lot of the presenters, when I was listening to you yesterday, talked about that. You actually talked about your Indigenous laws, your Indigenous teachings, your Indigenous ways of life. I also heard one of your presenters talk about coalition building, and as far as I'm concerned, amongst Indigenous peoples and nations, I would take confederacies as the ultimate example of that, based on Indigenous sovereignty and nationhood. So you already have that. Indigenous peoples always have had their own laws, their own ways of interacting amongst you as sovereign nations. So I actually believe that one of the concepts that I'm going to keep talking about, in international law it's referred to as prior informed consent. Sometimes we call it PIC. Sometimes it's referred to as free prior informed consent, but just go with consent. And think about your Indigenous laws, about your Indigenous legal traditions, and what it means to give permission to a member of another nation or other people to give them access. to your land, to your knowledge. You have laws about that. I actually believe that that concept of consent that you see in the treaties and that you see in other legal documents that were included in the colonial encounter came out of Indigenous laws. They didn't start in Western law. Because frankly, Western law is not good at understanding collectivities. Indigenous law is good at that. Indigenous laws are usually collectively held by the nations, not by an individual, but by people, and in international law we add the S, peoples, internationally who have this standing at international law. So it's actually Indigenous peoples who have a stronger conceptualization of consent and of collective rights than Western law. So basically, let's put Western law on the left side of the room here. It's focused on individuals. It is not focused on collectivity and on nations and on protecting the rights of a group, like Indigenous law does. So you have stronger concepts in your own laws of protecting group rights, the rights of your peoples, than Western individual law does. I think that's an important starting point. And so you had and have, as Indigenous peoples, treaties amongst yourselves and confederacies. That all speaks to your nationhood. The best way to exercise your nationhood is to go international. And especially in this moment in time, to go over top of the federal government. If you want to take your issues to the international level, that's where you exercise your nationhood. And you exercise it as you interact with other nations. So I think that's a really important point. And it also, that concept of consent that you have in your laws about access to your land, access to your knowledge, is really rooted in Indigenous laws. Now, I have to confess, I'm also a constitutional law professor. And, and I've listened and I've really studied the issues you're facing right now. And so I want to go to one of the points that was also raised in one of the last questions about the potential commodification and commercialization and what the psychedelics movement and what pharmaceuticals are trying to do. So I want to juxtapose two things for you. I'm going to use both of my hands, so I'm going to try and put the mic down here. And I've learned this in teaching my students. So on the one hand, I'll leave it on this side, is criminalization, okay? And actually, I think in your context, and in the context of peyote, criminalization provides protection. In the sense that criminal law means no, you can't go there, you know? You can't access the sacred unless you have an exemption. So you have exemptions like Justin was talking about for religious freedom, for the Native American Church of North America, for your members in a ceremonial context to access peyote. But guess what it means for others? For non-Indigenous peoples, for non-ceremonial context, it means no. No go. And what I explain to my students is sometimes it's better to have a very clear and simple no, with exemptions for your purposes and what's important for you, but not a full open, just go for it, right? So that's where the commodification and the commercialization sits, that I do think in the context of peyote is dangerous, because it removes it from that realm of criminalization, and criminal law sits at the public law side of things. Whereas when it comes to commercialization, commodification, it often sits more in the private laws, on the private law side, and that's a lower level, okay? So criminalization in this case provides you more protection than opening the door wide for commercialization. Commercialization can become, in the worst case, a free-for-all, and that's why you're concerned about what's going on right now. So The reason why I'm using the red and the green light approach, and I think the red light is better for you in this context, is because for the general, broader public, leaving it criminalized means no access. And it has a higher level of protection, rather than, giving it the green light. And then what you see is it can push the door wide open, including to the potential of what we call biopiracy. And I don't have to tell you about appropriation of indigenous knowledge. All your nations have lived through that. The way biopiracy works is they will often use your knowledge, and your knowledge keepers, and like pharmaceutical companies or their representatives will show up, and like we've seen it happen in the Amazon, it's happened in North America the same way. They'll come in the Amazon or in some of the areas to bioprospect, this is what they call it, and they have it as a line item as a corporation, to bioprospect 1 square foot of land, because there's such diversity of plants, especially on indigenous lands. It's very expensive. But if you have a knowledge keeper coming with you, telling you, oh, we use this medicine for that, they get access to that knowledge, and then they use it to sequence the genetic information. And then they get patents. And they basically commercialize the access, and guess what? Indigenous peoples, see no benefits from it, but they also don't respect you as decision makers. And that point that I gave you earlier about consent, and that you should be the decision makers regarding access, gets violated. That's what we call biopiracy. That's what I'm afraid you're facing when it comes to some of those pharmaceutical companies and the push to commodify, commercialize, and even synthetically produce peyote. And I'll talk about that in a few minutes. But before I go there, so I just wanted to set that out for you as the beginning. I think you're safer sticking with criminalization, no-go, unless we have the religious freedom protections and exemptions, rather than a green light that can become a free-for-all. There's a couple of things you also have to think about. And again, you are the experts. You have to think about who are the knowledge keepers and the rights holders and the proper decision makers. I believe I'm looking at them. You are the knowledge keepers. You are the rights holders. And that's how you would be recognized at the international level. And guess what? Indigenous peoples fought very hard to get that standing at international law. So let me tell you about that. There's a couple of sources of international law. One of them is called treaty law, because treaties do get entered in between sovereign nations and peoples. I'll give you one example. And speaking in the United States, there isn't that many international human rights treaties that the United States signed on to, unfortunately. But one of them is, which together with its sister convention, was referred to as the decolonization covenants, okay, or decolonization treaties. And it's the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And guess what? The United States is a party to that. The sister covenant, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, everybody but 4 nations in the whole world are party to it. Guess who is not a party to it? The United States, and Cuba, and the Comores, and Palau. But the rest, every single other country in the world is a party to that treaty. But for our purposes, we will stick with ICCPR. Really, it's the Human Rights Covenant, okay? And the Human Rights Treaty. And Article 1 of both of these covenants, remember they're called the decolonization covenants. They were used by Africa and Asia to decolonize, countries in Africa and Asia. And they were entered into by the United Nations as this decolonization process was happening. But for a long time, they tried to deny that indigenous peoples also have that right to self-determination, that Remember that remedy to colonization is self-determination. So let me show you this. This is Article 1 of ICCPR. It says, all peoples have the right to self-determination. Notice the S on peoples, because it's more than a group of people, it's many peoples or nations. That's when you put an S on peoples. That's why you want to say indigenous peoples when you're talking about more than one nation and more than one group of indigenous people at the international level. And so it says all peoples have the right to self-determination. And by virtue of that right, they can freely determine their political status and pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. Well, isn't this what we are talking about? This is the international dimension and the international protection for everything you're talking about. It's the overarching right. And because public international law is very much dominated by nation states for a long time, they didn't want to recognize that indigenous peoples have that standing. But here's the good news. Your elders, your ancestors, some of them are still alive, took this to the United Nations in the 70s. Oren Lyons can tell you the story. I know a lot of them. I've had the privilege of working with them. And they really argued and advocated and made it very clear that you as indigenous peoples have laws, that you have sovereignty, that you had confederacies, and you have confederacies, and that you have that standing in international law. And guess what? It's now internationally recognized. There can no longer be a debate about this. Because guess which instrument was the longest negotiating human rights instrument in modern time under the United Nations?
Civil rights?
Civil rights, that's this one. This one went through quickly. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. For 20 years, they held your rights up at different UN bodies and actually at the one dominated by nation states. So it started in the 80s. It got stuck in the subcommission on the prevention of discrimination and protection of minorities because it was state dominated, and at the Human Rights Commission. And then it became the first instrument that was created by the newly elected UN Human Rights Council. Funny footnote, guess who was not represented on the UN Human Rights Council at the time? The United States. You're right. And there's only two countries, no, there's actually only one country that twice voted against the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples because it was represented at the Human Rights Council at the time, Canada. At the Human Rights Council, Canada and Russia voted against it. When it came to the General Assembly, Russia abstained, no longer voted against it, but there was 4 countries who initially voted against the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Any guesses? Go with that first one again. Canada. No, Russia didn't. Russia changed their position.
United States.
United States. And go for other settler colonial countries. Almost. Austria. I said Austria, that's where I'm from. Australia, actually, so the kangaroos. Australia and, right next to it, oppressing the Maoris, New Zealand. So this is the vote that initially was taken on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. 4 settler colonial states voted against it, the US, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. But guess what? They have all since revised their position. That's why I'm saying there can no longer be a debate. Under Obama, they reversed their position and they endorsed the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Canada, New Zealand, Australia all endorsed it. Some of them have passed legislation to implement it, which I say is not necessary and it often lowers the standards. But there can no longer be a debate at international law that indigenous peoples have that right to self-determination. And no, you're not just going to hold the United States' feet to the fire under the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. You're also going to do it under that treaty that they actually signed which is the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, when you were suggesting civil and political rights took a long time to negotiate. So that treaty that was entered into in the 70s, 60s, 70s to fight colonization, it actually was signed on to under Clinton by the United States. The United States is also committed to implementing the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And clearly we are in different times right now, not just in the United States, internationally. But when you're facing what the representative from the NCAI was talking about, and that kind of repression at the national level, this is the place to go. When you run out of national remedies, that's what we call it in international law, where do you go? International. And you tell the rest of the world what is happening and what is going on. So international law can provide additional protection. But again, I'm looking at all of you and I'm feeling like I'm a newcomer to the game. I'm looking at your elders, at your knowledge keepers. They are the experts because they have the indigenous laws. So you connect it all the way from the ground and from your indigenous laws to the international level. And that will give you the most strength and the most protection. I deeply believe that, and that's how I've been working for the last 20 years. So the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples has a provision on this thing that I was telling you about consent. Under UNDRIP, it's called free, prior, informed consent. And it says that states, like the United States, shall consult, but much more than consult, and cooperate in good faith with indigenous peoples with the objective to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent. And guess what? What does free, prior, and informed consent mean? Remember the yes and the no? My red light and my green light? It means exactly that, to say yes or no. And if the decision is no, there will be no broader public access to peyote. That's your decision. And it's also your decision about how it's going to be handled, right? So recognizing indigenous peoples as decision makers. And that is different from consultation. That's different from federal Indian law, where they talk about, it's a lower standard. Consent is about recognizing you as decision makers. And again, I'm looking at the leaders here. You are going to be the ones telling and indicating what should be happening. That's why I'm saying you have to think about who are the knowledge keepers and who are the rights holders. And again, when it comes to peyote, I believe they're sitting in this room. And so let's go on. It's not just in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which forms part of customary international law. Some people try to dismiss it as a political instrument, but because we now have worldwide consensus endorsing the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, I do believe that it forms that higher international minimum standard of recognition of your rights. And you can work with that. You also have it under other treaties, or in this case, multilateral environmental agreements. And I've been involved in negotiations under the Convention on Biological Diversity, and I do believe it's one you should be looking at. And I heard some of the other speakers talk about WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, and I can tell you at the international level, and with some of your leaders, and some of your elders who have done this work for decades, they don't feel as comfortable going to WIPO as they feel going to the Convention on Biological Diversity, and I'll tell you why. WIPO deals with intellectual property rights. They issue patents. Guess what that has contributed to? Giving a patent to a pharmaceutical company that will access your knowledge, that will again, sequence your information, and they'll be making all the money, and they will claim the intellectual property rights, not you as indigenous peoples, and they won't fully recognize you as decision makers. So most indigenous peoples have spent a lot more time working under the Convention on Biological Diversity. You might know it as one of the Rio conventions. So it was agreed to in 1992 in Rio, at the Earth Summit in Rio, where indigenous peoples had a huge presence, indigenous peoples from North America, South America, Central America, around the world. And they had the Earth Charter, and so they approved actually 3 conventions, the 3 Rio Convention. The most famous one and the big sister, does anybody know it? It's the one you hear about in the news a lot with the forest fires going on right now and everything else.
Canada.
Climate change.
Climate change?
Yeah, the Climate Change Convention is one of the Rio Conventions, the CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity, and the Convention on Desertification. I think you should know about that one too, because I'm sure it affects a lot of your lands, potentially the peyote gardens. I've heard you talk about the medicine becoming smaller, etc. So these 3 much more nature-based conventions are important instruments that indigenous peoples have been using. Now, there is a specific article in the Convention on Biological Diversity that's called Article 8J, and I have a copy of it in the next slide. It deals with traditional knowledge. It deals with your knowledge and how it is a key to, number 1, conservation. And again, it has to go hand in hand with recognizing you as decision makers and prior informed consent. And then they also have a body, which is, it used to be called the Working Group on Article 8J, but they've just made it a permanent subsidiary body. And indigenous peoples pretty much come in on equal footing with nation states. So that's another good thing that the CBD has done. And they have recognized prior informed consent. So I'll very quickly show you Article 8J about in situ protection of indigenous knowledge. And here's my theory about this. Whenever they don't know how to handle it and what to call it, they use Latin. Latin, and I had 6 years of Latin, so I can tell you, in situ is very simple. Protect it at the place where it exists. Not ex situ, away from the place where it exists, which is often the Western way. Museum collections, digital sequencing, whatever they want to do. The indigenous way is much more protecting it where it grows, right? Like you know all about that. And that's why we have the highest conservations, the highest concentrations of biological diversity in the whole world. Guess where? Where do they have the most diversity of plants and everything in the whole world?
Amazon.
The Amazon is a good point. Lands of indigenous peoples. Also in North America, if you compare lands protected by indigenous peoples with non-indigenous, indigenous controlled lands, you have higher concentrations of biological diversity on indigenous lands around the world. And this is recognized. So you have the highest concentrations of biological diversity on indigenous lands because indigenous peoples know how to look after the lands and the medicines and the plants. You all know that, I don't need to tell you that. But this convention recognizes that and recognizes that standing of indigenous peoples. So now I want to just take a moment, and I'll be ready to wrap, to tell you about the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits. Remember, I talked about biopiracy? This is why they made this protocol, and it's a protocol to the Convention on Biological Diversity. They started working on it in early 2000, and without dating myself, I was there for every single step of it. And I was in Nagoya in 2010 when they approved it. I was in kindergarten. I had graduated law school, rest assured, but anyways. So in 2010, they approved the Nagoya Protocol because they realized there's a problem with biopiracy. There's a problem with these pharmaceutical companies going in, using indigenous knowledge, and just generally bioprospecting. That's what it's called. And I think that's what you're running into with those psychedelics and what those pharmaceutical companies want to do. And it's been recognized internationally. And I think a whole bunch of, there's an award that gets handed out at this at the CBD. It's called the Captain Hook Award because they steal indigenous knowledge. I think a whole bunch of those companies that are going to meet this weekend in Denver should be getting the Captain Hook Award because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to bioprospect and they're trying to appropriate your knowledge and even worse, your medicine, the sacred. And they're trying to remember when I was talking about keep the red light criminalization, don't open it up for commercialization and commodification. That's exactly what they're trying to do. And guess what it's driven by? It's driven by profits. They just want to make money. It's not sacred to them as it is sacred to you. And that's why you're seeing the danger, and that's why that prior informed consent of Indigenous peoples is so important. The right to say no. You stay right out of it. This is our medicine, this is our land, this is sacred to us, and we are decision makers. We here are decision makers when it comes to access to our sacred medicine. And that's kind of what I want to leave you with. And in the Nagoya Protocol, it recognizes that under the CBD and the Nagoya Protocol, it's called prior informed consent. It's actually the same right nation states claim to control access. So it's Indigenous peoples claiming that right and that decision making about access to your sacred medicine. And it's not about consultation, it's about you being decision makers. And so the Nagoya Protocol recognizes the Indigenous right to prior informed consent to access to both genetic resources. Okay, they call it genetic resources. You call it the sacred medicine, right? It's the Western way of thinking about it. And the reason they call it genetic resources is because they break your plant down into sequences. Nowadays, even digital sequences. And then they use it they say, oh, we're going to create it synthetically. We're not even going to be grabbing your medicine out of the ground. But it's a dangerous door to open for the commodification. And I think that's why you're all concerned about it. And I think you're all seeing that. So it's about prior informed consent to access the genetic resources, but also to access your knowledge, both, okay? So both are recognized under the Nagoya Protocol. I had a few more slides, but I'm gonna skip over those that speak to how to implement prior informed consent, but I wanna leave you with one last thought. And I'm kind of changing my opinion on this a little bit. You might have heard about a movement to recognize the rights of nature. So first in New Zealand, there was a proposal to recognize the legal standing and basically the personhood of a river. Guess who brought the proposal? The Maori people, right? Indigenous peoples brought the proposal. And so the Wanganui River was awarded legal standing as an ecosystem. In the United States, the Yurok tribe was one of the first ones to do that for the Klamath River. And you've seen what's been happening at the Klamath and where Indigenous peoples are reclaiming control. Now here's the one thing. Rights of nature is a Western way of thinking about we are going to give legal standing and personhood to a river. I feel stupid as a Western lawyer talking to Indigenous peoples about this because who knows better about the relationship you have with nature? You know, Indigenous peoples, Indigenous laws know a lot more about this than Western law ever will. You already treat rivers, the land, the water as alive. They call it animist, as having that legal standing. In your laws, you have much better and stronger conceptualizations of that. But here's one thought that came to me, because I know to you, and I totally agree with that, the medicine is alive. It's a living being. So you could also think about that legal standing for the medicine. That's just one additional thought that I wanted to add. And with that, I stuck to 30 minutes.
Really awesome presentation. You know, well said. You know, it's always good to hear. I mean, from a lawyer lens too as well, along with Mr. Jones. So, make a motion here, the lunch is ready there, so.
Mr. President,
Yes.
can I add a comment onto this presentation real fast? Yes, Leland Dayich, State of New Mexico. Professor, if you don't mind entertaining, I am a blue collar worker. I don't have the understanding to your intellectual wordage. So, but for the most part, the term, Law 101, back to terminology, criminalization, that's the term that facilitates, that defines added laws, added protection, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think at the end of the day, that's what we're all here for. We want the added legal help. We want the added restrictions against pharmaceuticals, against individual. So we're misusing the term decrim, correct?
Yeah, so, and I hope, I was really trying to do law one-on-one here. This was like how I do it for my first year law student. It took me like 10 years to get there. Criminalization means no, right? And it's simple. It's much more simple as long as you have a no in place. And then, you know, then they can't come at it and get at it. Whereas as soon as it becomes yes, commodification, commercialization, that's what the pharmaceuticals want. And then it's no longer at that public law level, it's at a lower level, and it all becomes about regulation. Proposition 122, you know? How do the psychedelic movement, how are they gonna do it? I have used this red light, green light, decriminalization of marijuana, right? Like, is the example there. And then you see how many pot shops on every reservation, right? Like, you see how quickly it goes if you go from the no to a yes. But the more important point that I also wanted to make with the rest of the presentation is you have to be recognized as the decision makers. That's that consent point. We also know that from criminal law, and in criminal law we know it mostly from sexual assault, right? Like a no is a no is a no unless there's a yes, right? And this is, you know, raping of Mother Earth, taking advantage of your medicines, right? So consent, but I believe consent is much better conceptualized and understood in Indigenous laws. So you might be blue collar and wearing a blue shirt, but you are also a knowledge keeper, right? And you know what that means in your law. And Western law tries to make it difficult, right? Like, and complicated, and then we're just going to regulate it. We're going to do it with Proposition 122. I've read Proposition 122. I'm shocked because they write in mescaline, but for peyote, but they don't even define peyote in their scientific terms. So it potentially already opens the door wide open. And that's why it's important to recognize you as decision makers, to sit with that point about prior informed consent, and yes, the no, the red light, and the green light. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah. So criminalize peyote is what we should be.
Maintain it in that. I think right now, with the current climate and everything else, that's a better protection than opening the door wide open.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank State of New Mexico for a good comment there. Okay, I know everybody's getting hungry here, so.
I'll send it to you.
The one on a lot of these, I heard sovereignty, and a lot of these I was reading about it, and but the chapter I'm from, it said we have to put something. I think you talked about it, something hereditary that's part of us. And my grandfather, 1956, I went to NAU. I heard all these lawyers talking. And then sitting there, sitting like that. After that, I raised my hand. This sovereignty you're talking about, my grandfather was involved in it. And he spoke up for himself all the way up to 1956. And they say he used his own language. Nazi, Nasty, all these, the 6 sacred realms, all this he talked about. And I mentioned that, to me, I understand sovereignty, the way it's culturally based. That's a seedling foundation. That's how I know it. Then sovereign is a state within state, but that's more like the outcast of it. So I understand it more with this hereditary kind of teachings.
Totally.
So if something like that is based in it, and you know, they heard about business law, sovereign law, all these other ones.
Tribal
but
law.
those are the outskirts of it. But the main one of what this sovereign, people say Navajo sovereignty, but it's American Indian sovereignty. A lot of it. So I just wanted to bring that up. But that Paul L. Williams Sr., he was albino, council delegate for 36 years. The first businessman on the Navajo Nation, I know that too. Kings Canyon and Bishopton. So that was my grandfather. He's the one that told me about all this, the reason why he had to do that. I just wanted to mention.
And I just want to reaffirm you in everything you've just said. That's what I call indigenous laws and indigenous legal traditions. That's what I believe your grandfather passed on to you and what you're passing on to your grandchildren, right? In the language. So it's an intergenerational connection, it's an intergenerational knowledge, and that's why my starting point was, it has to be indigenous law. And frankly, it's not even tribal law, because tribal laws are often already written in that Western context. It's your indigenous laws, mainly in your language, how they were passed down through oral traditions. That's your starting point. I totally agree with you. That was my starting point. I want to recognize you as the knowledge keepers.
Okay, thank you, Nicole, and thank all the chapters for speaking up. She'll be here for another hour or so. So let's give her a good round of applause. So really good job today. A plus here today. Yep. So thank you, very informative. So she'll leave her contacts. So the lunch is here. So I'll take a motion for lunch. Okay, Texas, second by Shanto. Okay, all in favor, lunch, raise your hand.
30.
30. Pose. One opposed. Yeah. Stay. 0-0, motion. Okay, so how the host wants this to be, it was executive officers, legal team, go through the line first. Go through the line, and after that, all.
My teachers, or I shouldn't say teachers, but my parents, my family, what they shared with me was, I guess there's a lodge, and this lodge had stones, and those stones were sitting side by side, and as time went on, the first one got up. He looked at those other stones and said, I can only come with you this far. There's still enough of you. And you guys still have your ways. still have all your ways. And I'm going to take my ways out the door with me. And time evolved again. And another stone get up and tell the same thing. He said, there's still enough of you guys. You guys still got your own ways. I'm going to take my ways out the door with me now. You guys can go on. Well, eventually, as time went on, those stones that were sitting in that lodge, they all started taking their ways out the door. For one reason or another. And so it got down to 3 stones sitting there. The last 3 stones in that lodge. And next one, looked at those other 2. He said, I'm going to take my ways out the door now. And I guess they're earth ways. It's a pipe way. It's a female. The big lodge and sweat lodge, those kind of ways. The altar ways. I guess that rocks, that stones, that the young men, they're losing their language. And since these are female ways, because they don't know their language, they're going to molest our ways. And I'm going to take my ways out the lodge with me. And so it left these 2 sitting there. And I guess time went on again. And then the second to the last one. So I'm going to take my ways out the door now. And I guess those are the medicine, plant medicines, like this sacred medicine that we're talking about. I guess it's in there. And with that second to the last one. And look back at that last one sitting there. I guess that one there is a hot one. I guess it's righteous, rigid, condemnation, catechism, religion. I guess that one there is sitting over the last one is really hot. So this one, this last one, it's a merciful, compassionate, empathy, love, forgiven. It walked out the door with that. And time went on, and I guess these spirits outside that lodge that depended on that lodge being full, but it's empty now. I guess there's only one rock sitting there. And here next, the spirits start crying. They're crying. They're begging. And they're asking those stones to go back in there and to sit by that guy over there. And so this one, the second to the last one, he's forgiven, merciful, compassionate. He come up. He stood by that doorway and he looked at those spirits. He said, I'll go back in there. I'll go back in there and sit by that guy. But the next time this happens, it's not me that's going to leave you. It's going to be you leaving me. So that merciful one went back in there and sat down. And the way I was taught, the way I was spoken to, I guess that's that chief peyote. That's that peyote. That's that merciful one right there. And I guess because of the genocide process that our people went through, the loss of language, culture, and identity, oppression, genocide, the prison colonies, reservations, those are set up under a foreign government to exterminate and to perpetuate this genocide. I heard somebody talking about tribal laws, tribal ordinances. Those are a condensed version of the Constitution, and they're not designed to bring our people together. They're designed to exterminate and assimilate. And I think education is good, but I think information is wisdom. Education is limited, but wisdom is unlimited. And that's what that medicine brings to us. And so now we're at a point where our young people don't speak their language anymore. And that's why I don't encourage language. I encourage silence. Silence is the strongest language. Your actions speak louder than words. We're energy. There's a place in between that drum beat. There's a place in between that sound that comes out of your mouth. It's a silent. And anybody that knows how to read music will tell you it's that silent spot there that changes the melody, changes the sound, it changes the energy. And that's what we need to go back to. And the reason why I'm sharing this with you, I did not know that what I'm sharing with you, what little I know, was to help me. And my parents knew that the boarding school process, the 7 denominations that came to our people, the Catholics, the Mennonites, the Mormons, all of them, they fractionate our structure, our belief system. And the pyramid power structure, the foreign government that stripped our chiefs that used to serve the people, now they introduce a pyramid power structure to us where we have to serve a president. And that's a pyramid power scam. And our people, they know better. But yet, we still vote, we still run, and we still sit in those positions. You cannot solve a problem with the same mindset that created it. And our circle way of being today, it's we're at a pivot point right now. And so I drew this diagram with the best of my ability. The Creator is at the center. And the way I understand it, Creator is female. She gave birth to the universe. And it's got connection to the moon and water, just like in our medicine ways. And then these chiefs, they're supposed to be 44-dimensional. They're servants. They're at the bottom. They serve the people. And then there's 33-dimensional. It's our relatives. And we got the societies that go with those, like buffalo, horse, deer, elk. They're close to the original instructions, their nature. Horse knows what you know, and it also knows what you don't know. They're 3 days in advance. Their intuition, just like women. Women, they already know, like that way. And then the 24th dimension, so Mother Earth, medicine plants, healing herbs, they're on the ground. And when you stand up a circle, that circle has a downward spiral energy. And that's where we're at today. Even though it looks like it's our tradition, but it's not. You literally have to lay that circle back down on the ground and come from that place of empathy, compassion, mercy, forgiveness, that upward spiral energy. And then you got your 13-dimensional, your turtle, your dog, little boys, I guess they come from there. They can hear things and see things. When little boy is born, father go out there and spank that dog, and that dog will kickstart the energy of that little boy. Then they put pierce their ear, give them Indian name, welcome into this third world. And then that 7th dimension, it's a place of origin. It's a reconnection to co-creator, because we're spirits having a human experience. This is not our home. We're spirits. We're on a journey. The last breath that you take here is going to be the first breath that you're going to take on the other side. And then there's a 4 to a 5-dimensional. That's where ceremonies are needed. Because if you don't have ceremony, you forget your spirit. And then there's 5 stages of mourning. There's denial, bargaining, anger, sadness, and then finally acceptance. Those are the stages of mourning. And then we become professional mourners. And we have to have ceremony to remind us that we are spirits having a human experience. We know we're a spirit, and we accept that we're on a journey, and there's a creator, a power greater than ourselves, and this is not our home like that way. And then the other thing is that 2 to a 0 dimension. Everything is mathematics in your left brain. And the numb and dumbed down process it's a genocide. It's a war against our indigenous people around the world. They're colonizing us. And I want you guys to do an exercise to see if you're affected. Judge your own self if you're affected and how far along you are in this colonization, this genocide process. Hold your hands out like this. Do it with me. And then just clasp your hands just like that way. Clasp them like that way. And then open it again. And then clasp it again. Open it and then clasp it again. Now, do you see which fingers and which thumbs are on top? Now, open it and now switch it. Switch it. What did that feel like?
Great.
What did that feel like?
Awkward.
Open it. Now go back to that first one. What did that feel like? Okay, now listen. Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, it's called what?
Repetitive.
You cannot solve a problem with the same mindset that created it. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Now, when you switch, when you lay that circle back down, upward spiral, like that way. No wrong, no right. Forgiveness, mercy, empathy, compassion. That's called change. You can see fortune in misfortune. When people say in the English language it's very convoluted, who knows what convoluted means? It's all twisted up. That's the English language. And then it has conjunctions. Who knows what conjunctions are? But, and, can't, like that one. That's this one over here. You become one-sided. Did you ever meet a one-sided person? They think they're right. Yeah. They argue with you. And they know everything too. Right that way. So now, when I switch like this way, I ask that person, who hurt you? Who hurt you? Which Catholic school did you go to? Which religion did you go up in? Like that way. So now I talk to, and then in the morning when I shower, I literally turn to the right. Those of you who've been to ceremony, that you can't get in front of that drum. There's 4 smokes. There's a structure in there. Like that one. Not an order, but a natural one. Like that one. And what I'm telling you right now, we're only going to start our meeting at midnight. Can you understand that? Yeah. We're only going to have a half a meeting. Yeah. And it's going to be all downward spiral. And it's going to be full of mourning and grieving. People are going to come into your peyote meetings crying. They're going to be in mourning. They're going to be mourning over sickness, somebody dying, somebody going through a hard time. Half a meeting, all downward spiral energy. But if you start shifting your perception, shifting your thinking, in the mornings I always turn to the right, like that way, and I be in gratitude. My breath, my thought, my thinking, whatever you think, you're going to empower. What your thoughts are really powerful. I'll show you how powerful your thoughts are. Now let's go back, not class, but just kind of hold your hands like this, like you're going to pray. Now don't adjust them. Don't adjust them. Now look at your middle finger. One of them is shorter. Which one is shorter? One of them is shorter. Don't adjust them. Don't be analytical. Keep it simple. Yeah. Okay, one of them is shorter. Take that short one and put it on your forehead. Go like this. And then repeat after me. Grow. 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 Okay, now remake sure. Look what happens. Okay, now shake it off, shake it off, shake it off, shake it off. Now look back. Now do it again. Look, it went back. That wasn't a magic. What your mind dwells upon, your body will act upon it. If you're telling yourself, I'm sick, I can't, it's too hard, you're going to empower that. Now that medicine tells you, you are beautiful, you are sacred, you are holy, all things are possible. And when you know that all things are possible, it doesn't leave nothing out. So when you're talking about tribal politics, federal government, I walk away. I get sick. It's binary. It's fear-based. What's 1 plus 1? Well, I'm sorry. 1 plus 1 in a binary left brain thought process, it's 0. When my grandparents signed the treaty rights, 1868, government said, sign these treaties. You're going to prosper. We're going to prosper. But they did not know that they were dealing with a convoluted language that was binary. So they signed those treaty rights, and that means everything was going to be taken from them. And you're part of that lie. You think 1 and 1 equals 2. You've been brainwashed. You're one-sided. You're in a half a meeting with a downward spiral energy. You are professional mourners now. Wake up. Wake up now. I love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Ha-ho.
Thank Mr. Whiteman here for his good analysis, his good energy, you know, kind of making a good efforts here with his stories, and then most of all the good medicine. So that was kind of part of my report here. I just wanted to give him a little time. I know yesterday he was telling us some stories, you know, along the way. And then I know, you know, some of the stories, you know, he was wanting to have more time, you know, so he could kind of have that good vibe and good energy here. So I just want to express that. And I'm going to read something, but I can read it later. I know my vice president here is ready to go here. So I'll turn this time over to him. So that's my report, relatives. You know, so God bless each and every one of you.
President?
Yeah.
Question on your report?
Yes.
Good afternoon, relatives. My name is Larry Walker Jr. I'm the Vice President, Native American Church, State of Wisconsin. In the bylaws, it states executive for any decisions that are made. Was there any actions that were taken by the Executive Council between last year's convention and this year's convention? Because that, in the bylaws, it states that that should be part of your report.
I don't have any executive, nothing really as far as my report here. I believe just duly called meetings, you know, just the duly called meetings, and then that's pretty much it. Everything we're doing is on our Facebook page. So I don't know if we're doing so many things, so I can't really. I hope that video kind of shine light on the things that we're doing in my report here. So
okay. Another question. Some of the delegation from Wisconsin had the opportunity to go out to Washington, D.C. and listen to some of the actions that were being taken on behalf of the NACNA. Can you explain something about a request for some money from the federal government on behalf of the NACNA?
Yeah.
That should also been included on your report.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, that there, it was basically advocating for some funds, not for us. We weren't advocating for us. We made that straight and clear. Yeah. We're advocating for private landowners to preserve, to protect this medicine and the natural habitat. For the Department of Interior to establish a program, establish a committee. They will take care of the funds if funded. Not only fund it, but meaningful consultation for us as an organization. So right now, you know, the national leader now, so all the tribes is all kind of in fear right now. You know, they don't know if they're going to have their job tomorrow or what. So all the funding's pulled. So 4 years is going to go by, you know. So in the meantime, we're gathering more data, gathering more information, get our ducks in a row some more, you know. So everything that we've been doing, we had a summit, so I don't know if you got a chance to see the whole summit, but we plainly explained everything from A to Z, what we're doing. So we're not asking funding for us, or for us to fly around, go overseas and go do all these kind of things that other people are doing. We're just trying to find some funding for the private landowners to incentivize them for protecting this medicine, that's all.
Okay, so as the president, did that directive come from the convention, or was that something done from an officers meeting, or where was the approval process for that action? Where did it come from?
With the approval for doing what we're doing?
Yeah.
We're just, it was part of the quarterly meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, so instead of having it in October, like we usually have it, we had it in November.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
As a new officer for the organizations, just getting up to speed, we haven't been privy to some of this information yet, so just trying to get up to speed to where you're at and what you're doing. It would be a benefit if we could get out the meeting minutes from some of those other meetings that you've been having. That would help us to understand what the actions that you're taking. Thank you.
Yeah. So if that's the case, maybe you guys need to select a different delegate at large, Mr. Lance Long, because we give them opportunities, and he's supposed to diminish all our minutes, all our statements, everything that we're doing. So,
okay.
So the chapters are the ones. So I guess it's on you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So, okay, Mr. Vice President.
Good day, everybody. I don't want to take too much of your time or anything like that, and those were good questions coming at the board up this way, and something that we need to address and so forth, and we could eventually answer those questions, get those minutes and all of that stuff to you professionally. I would like to go into a little bit of President's report. It says, according to the agenda. On the agenda, it says Vice President's report. It says, here lately, ever since I got into this position that I hold now for the Native American Church of North America, it's been a learning process for me. At the same time, the things that are happening out there pertaining to this medicine, other entities, other organizations, and so forth, are approaching our medicine and trying to do things that we thought would never be at hand for this medicine because we consider it sacred. But that has taken a lot of my attention. Some people would say that we should be operating according to Robert's Rules of Order and all of that, and following specifics. It's good. There's nothing wrong with that. We can operate in that way. But at the same time, there's certain situations, certain things that take a lot of attention to, especially when it comes to this medicine. Me, myself, all of this outside politics, all of this other stuff and things like that, I'm not used to that. I'm not educated in that field. So I couldn't recite the Robert Rules of Order to you or all of that type of stuff. Maybe if I sat down and studied it for a while, then I'd be able to do that for you and tell you the do's and don'ts and all of that type of stuff. But my main concern, this is my personal feeling that comes from my heart. This medicine is number one in my life. And I'm going to try to represent this medicine wholeheartedly. Give it all my attention, all my spirit, and try to figure this medicine out really good. And all these rules and regulations and all of this type of stuff, they're nothing compared to the spirit of Creator God, Almighty God. And that's what's inside this peyote. And that's what I stand for. I stand for this medicine. Try to think it through really good. Try to understand Creator's way and how He wanted it to be. And I believe in my heart and in my mind that Creator God, through this medicine, chose me to stand here and be in this position for the Native American Church of North America. That's why I'm here today. And the things that I'm learning as I'm coming through, the lady that stood up here and gave a presentation about the laws and things like that pertaining to our medicine and the regulations and what we can do and what we can't do. All of that is that was one of the best presentations I've heard. It shows me and tells me how I can approach preserving this medicine in its natural habitat, preserving this medicine in its natural state. That's where that pointed me in that direction. And then Justin's presentation on sovereignty, how we need to address that sovereignty and so forth, and be that person in that coming from a sovereign nation. Very, very educational, at the same time very encouraging. And I think that we all need to be able to address it in that way, because right now where we stand, the sacredness of this medicine is at hand right now. The very second they pass, they make it legal, do all of that type of stuff, the very split second that they do that, the sacredness of this medicine is going to be gone. It's going to be changed. The way we know this Native American church, how we practice it, how we sing it, how we pray it, how we walk with it, it's going to be changed. It's going to be gone. And then instead, those people out there, they're going to be walking around here and there, utilizing our sacred medicine in different ways, finding themselves in places they shouldn't be, finding themselves arguing amongst each other while they take this medicine in pill form, or mistreating your children or mistreating your people and things like that while you're under the influence of this medicine, walking around freely out there. If they legalize all of it and so forth, it's not going to be the same. It's not going to. We're all going to look at it differently. And as it is, that's the white people out there are the people out there. I don't want to label a certain race, but the people out there, they're really watching the Native people. And Mr. Little White Man's presentation is very educational if you listen really good. How it is out there. That's how it should be. That's how we should think and so forth. But we're too influenced by rules and so forth. They're important. Don't get me wrong. They're important. They do hold organization. They hold a little bit of that organization. But we as people, whenever I talked yesterday and said we had a way of life way back when, we had societies, we operated in such a way that life was beautiful, life was good. The indigenous people of this country, we operated that way. There's nothing wrong with that. It took another race to come over here and hurt our children and hurt our elderly and then turn around and tell us that, hey, you're doing it wrong. We weren't doing it wrong. We were doing it right. We were talking to our children, raising our children in a good way. We were out hunting, providing for our children. Our lady folks were at home in the teepee, providing love, compassion, guidance, all of that type of stuff. So whenever it comes to this certain kinds of Robert's rules or orders and all of that type of stuff, I go along with them so that we can operate as a legitimate organization. For the past couple of meetings, I've been thinking about it, and Brother John here, he's been encouraged me to start a bylaws committee. But all of these things that are happening with the medicine right now I think it should be at the top. We should be focusing all of our energy with what's happening right there. And then after that gets resolved and it's solid, then from there we could go back and start to take care of the business and operate it as this organization. That's why we're trying to start we're talking about starting coalitions and getting educated and all of this type of stuff. And then eventually, after everything is set, this medicine is safe, it's in a good place, then from there we could go and develop powerful ways to take care of this medicine. If it means going back to the Robert's Rules of Orders and doing it that way, then we could do it that way as well. So our presentations and our things that we're trying to do here, the people that are assigned to be here and give their reports and so forth, this is all an educational experience for you all. So that we could all try to get on that same page. All try to get up, and if Creator wants it that way, we're going to show up over there in Colorado. We're going to show up over there and we're going to say, hey, leave it alone. That is sacred. Leave it alone. They say in our language that is sacred. They say leave it alone. And that's what we need to say, to preserve it. Think about it really good. I brought my grandchildren with me. I pray for them. I utilize this medicine. I even give it to them. I even put it in their mouth. Let them taste it. Let them. So I'm not going to show them any other way. So I'm going to be a good grandpa, and I'm going to go over there. I'm going to show my face. At least show my face. And say I am a peyote member. I eat medicine. I eat peyote. I stand for this medicine. I might not be the smartest person and stuff like that, but I know that this medicine is really sacred, and I think that it means a lot to us. That's why we're gathered here. So I hope you understand what I'm saying. I don't want to take too much of your time. And if you want to help me to understand a little bit more about the Robert's Rules of Order or anything like that, my phone number, you can ask me for my phone number, you can email me, you can do all of that. Let's work together to build a better organization for everybody included. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Aho, have a nice day.
Thank our Vice President. Thank him for a really good, awesome job. I know he has a lot of ideas, a lot of good energy. I really appreciate him for sitting there and taking all the duties and responsibilities. So we're trying to encourage him along on the bylaws. I know a lot of times too, this bylaws, a lot of times it's just, some documents for us to, kind of follow, try our best. To me, myself, I always kind of think these bylaws shouldn't be that many pages. It's just a lot of man-made energy, that try to make things difficult, but nevertheless, we just got to work with what we have. So I appreciate him. Also, the standing operating procedure hasn't been revised for a long time. 2007 was the last time anybody even probably crossed the T or dotted the I on it. But nevertheless, we're trying to kind of revive that. We're trying our best, it's just, as an organization, we're trying our best here just to kind of follow that. And I know sometimes too, everyone comes in here with their own education of mindset, tribal mindset of how things should go, how things should be run. But if we just keep that good church loving feeling within your mind and heart, just common person, common energy, common feeling, and just go. So we're all here following this medicine. We're not trying to get ahead of it or talk over it or any kind of way. We're just staying in tune of what we heard growing up. And we're trying our best here. So I'm going to thank Daryl. I know it's his first kind of convention after he got elected. And so really proud and happy of him for jumping on board here. And at a duly called meeting, business meeting, where the people wanted him in there, so I appreciate it. So at this time, we'll go down to our secretary. I know she has a statement, she has some updates, she has a lot that she wants to share, so I'll give her all the time here today. So.
Good afternoon, everybody. First, I want to start my report with some of the business matters. So I've heard a lot over the past couple years about minutes. And so I just want to remind the delegation, since chapters are here and some state delegates are here, that when we give these minutes to our delegates, the purpose is to share them with their chapters of their state. And so if your delegate is not doing their job, it's your duty as one of the chapters to remind them that you guys need this information to make clear, concise decisions about what we're doing here. And so I want to encourage all of you to be good chapter members and affiliates and with your states, and make those kind of relationships so you can say these things and say, hey, can I get those minutes from you? Or I didn't get this from you. So I just want to say that much as a reminder. And if you're not getting the information that you feel you need, you can always call me or you can email me and I can get that to you. But there's a chain here where it's the delegate and it's the chapters. So I want to make mention of that. And it's important because, again, this information is for you to all make good decisions for the direction of our organization. And then the other business part of my report here is the minutes that were passed out in your packets. So those are the minutes that you all approved for the last year's convention. Another couple things that I wanted to talk about were some things that I've been thinking about of what could benefit us, and these are probably decisions that could come during a delegate meeting or maybe next year's annual, is to make relationships with these ranchers that are there in Texas. That's very important for us to do. And I know in the beginning of my kind of tenure here as secretary, they weren't responding to us. These ranchers were not kind of accepting of our invitations to meet. And I feel like it's very important that we do that. We reach out and extend ourselves to them so that we can get to know them, because essentially most of this peyote is on their land. And so I've been doing some research. I haven't gotten deep into it yet, but they have fairs for these ranchers where they all come together, and it's a lot of these counties where peyote is. It would be a really good idea if some of us could go down there and make our way there and just introduce ourselves and talk to them where they are. I'm sure it can be intimidating to come into a meeting where you don't know anybody and they want to talk about your land that you bought. And even though we know it's our land as Native people, they don't feel that. Sometimes they don't feel that way. And so we have to make a relationship, or at least a cordial relationship with these people, so that they can understand where we're coming from, because we're trying to protect a way of life, and some of them know that. Some of them do know that. And some of them, because of that, will refuse to meet with us. I understand that. But I am putting that out there as a thought to just go down there and introduce ourselves in a setting where they're comfortable. I think that it might be a good way to lead to a dialogue of what we're trying to do here. And maybe it would change their mind. We don't know. So that's just one thought that I've been having. Another thought is that we go down there and we talk to the peyoteros just to make a relationship. I know all of you have your individual relationships with them because we all purchase medicine, but just to get to know them. How do they take care of the medicine? How do they feel about it? And I know that the relationships with some of your families have been years, decades long, but just to show the extra effort that as an organization, it's not just legislation and tribal governments and things like that. We really want to know how to take care of our peyote, because it's all of ours to do that, to help take care of it. So those are a couple of things that maybe throw out there in the future. I'm sure that needs approval by the delegation to go down there and on behalf of the organization. So I'm not saying that's something that's immediate, but maybe just something to think about. And then, so I don't want to reiterate everything that's been said, because everything that's been said has been really good. You know, our stance on how we feel about protecting this peyote. Like, I really feel like we get it. We all in this room understand. And so I'm really enjoying everybody's words about how they feel about that. But, excuse me, I want to talk about something that's kind of been kind of weighing on me a little bit in this situation, and that's our own people entertaining what's happening. They're entertaining these pharmaceutical companies and these nonprofits that are backed by non-native people. And they're bringing them in to their, to their fireplaces, and I just, it needs to be addressed, I feel like, because there still are people.
Yes.
And that's been weighing on me a lot, is how do you get over the grief of your own people just selling out your medicines, because that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
And sometimes we don't want to say it that way, and sometimes we don't want to think about it, but it's there. We see our people at these conferences, and we see our people going to these psychedelic conferences and events and things like that, and it hurts. I'm sure it hurts people.
Yeah.
And I didn't really want to, like I said, reiterate everything, but that's kind of been weighing on my mind, is how do we have to go about it and just say it, like, very honestly. Our people are selling out our inheritance.
Yeah.
Our ancestors fought for this, and they're selling it.
Yeah.
And it's very hurtful. And I want to let them know that if they could just think about it, think about what you're doing for your generations. Who wants to say my ancestors sold out our medicines? Who wants to say that our ancestors, they helped put that in a pill or a liquid form? Whose 7 generations wants to say that? And so that's what I wanted to address. And I didn't think I was gonna cry, so I'm sorry. I didn't think that it was that hurtful to me. But when you see your own people still, all of these good things that we have to offer in our traditional ways, all these good things that we have to learn, and you still choose to sell out your people, sometimes it's unfathomable to me.
Yeah.
that still happens. And so I want to encourage those who are entertaining these people, think about what you're doing for your 7 generations. Think about the sacrifices that you're selling for money. All your ancestors that died and fought for you to be here. You can always come back to your people. Even though it's a very hurtful thing that what's going on, you can still come back here, because that's what this peyote teaches, forgiveness and love. But what I've also learned is that you have to have boundaries.
Yeah.
And, so that's what I'm kind of fighting with internally, the boundaries and the forgiveness and the love to have for our own people that will sell us out for money. If I could have them think about one thing, that's what I would have them think about. What are you going to tell your generations that are coming after you? You're telling them that it's okay to sell our land, to sell our water, to sell our plant medicines, to sell our ways of life. And I don't think that that's
something that we can, someone can be okay with. Because, seeing a lot of money is a big thing to some people. We always say it's the root of all evil, and it is. And that's showing here in our communities. And so I just want to say that to our members of our community, our Indigenous communities. Think about that when you're wanting to see, all this money for your ways. Your ways are priceless. So that was kind of what I wanted to address, because I haven't really heard it said here in a lot of our quarterly meetings and a lot of our annual meetings. We kind of go around that fact. So I just wanted to say that much, and thank you.
I'm really glad and happy here. Thank our secretary for her report. I know sometimes expressions come out, of the power of the goodness of this medicine. And I know a lot of times we go to aunties and uncles. We miss that. And I know I had some good uncles around here. I know Morgan, different ones, Mr. Cleveland. I like how they kind of express themselves a lot of times and tell you how it is. Sometimes some people might not like it, but that's love. That's good old-fashioned teaching to our younger generation. Today, they'll get discouraged, but we gotta just, set the tone, set the vibe. We don't want to be any old way down the road. We don't want to be, that way. Because this way of life, it's the last of our sovereignty that we have left, but I just want to, we'll share some of this tomorrow, when we get to our other kind of towards the bottom. We have a symposium in Denver, so I just want to kind of shine light on a lot of things here, so I'll turn this time over here to our Terry Dash. I'm really glad and happy this editor-in-chief has been vacant for a while. We had our past editor-in-chief, resigned, so we kind of left it kind of vacant for a while. But I appreciate this fine gentleman here, Mr. Dash. We have some awesome newsletters too. It's been a long time since you've seen something nice, so let's give this gentleman a good round of applause here for the awesome newsletters. So first time over here, Mr. Dash.
Oh, thank you, President Brady. Thank you for the job that you're doing. I appreciate it. Trying to set up my small computer here. But yes, President Brady mentioned the newsletter. I was kind of late getting this information to Mr. Cloud, President, Wisconsin Dells. Finally got it to him this morning. Hopefully they ended up in your package. I have 2 or 3 extra ones if you didn't get one. So see me later on if you need a copy. However, yat بتأنين شليرو زوباش الشين تخشيني داش الشيرو ناقيد النداش النله شاس شني يهات الشير هذا توخاني تبتشي توخي يسناشا كوندي توخاني دان هغان قالشنا بتلارو يتسوكلو كويجي لاسيتليكي ياتي هارو كوين خطأ أيسو إيرو شهر نسخاغو هارو شكلات كويجي دانا نيتخانا أنشلونيجي شهر صادشن هارو خوادو نيسي كوي هارو كويجي شمادو هن خانيالا ado che do shade do sitsile ado it's okay though. It's good to see Elijah, Abram, Ali. There's one missing. I guess she didn't make it over here. But thank you for coming over, your support, and then all the other relatives too. Shidado, Mr. Farley, my sister too, V. Thank you for coming over and joining us. It was good to see you. The last person I was expecting to see this morning was my uncle there, but it was good. All the way from Arizona. Out of all the other relatives, all my Navajo relatives, Joe, okay, thank you. Former Vice President of NACNA, thank you. I always look up to you, and then my sister too. And then my nephew too, was able to text him this morning. So share good greetings with him. I just want to say real quickly, because I want to share some time with my sister, who is our legal counsel for the local chapter in New Mexico, NAC State of New Mexico. So I just want to say thank you, really, relatives. It's good to be here again in Wisconsin Dells. Our organization, NACNA, it thrives when we all come together to support one another. A good instance of this type of unity is our annual conventions. These conventions, when we get together, it shows that unity. And the convention provides a platform for the NAC community, tribal nations, and the tribal leadership to come together to share knowledge and discuss opportunities. It's like that, right? That's what these conventions do for us. So each year, the annual convention is hosted by a different chapter throughout the United States. So with that said, the coordinators in charge of planning this year's convention, I believe, have outdone themselves. So I want to say thank you to NAC Wisconsin Dells, starting with President Travis Cloud and all his leadership, his staff. Give them a good round of applause. Thank you very much. Also, much gratitude goes out to the Ho-Chunk Nation for investing the resources to provide this event for us to work together once again. Give them a round of applause. Because joining together is a beginning, right? Then continuing together is progress. Then working together is success. I heard a person say that at one time, and I think it's really true. And that's what NAC Wisconsin Dells and the Ho-Chunk Nation has done for us up to this point. And then a majority of our attendants, just like I indicated earlier, travel from far locations to partake of the convention. So, I'm talking about all of you. Give yourselves a round of applause. You travel a long way. Get a good blessing from here. Take it home. Share it with your family, your relatives, your children, your grandchildren, like that. When you get home, take out your fan and fan them off. With your presence here. So, thank you, for joining us for the 76th annual NACNA convention. We appreciate your ongoing support and prayers as we move forward together. So that's just my thank you. Before I turn it over to my sister, before I shut it, aside from putting this newsletter together and the different things that I talk about, I also was asked to provide information on behalf of the NAC State of New Mexico Education Initiative, and as a citizen of the Navajo Nation, and also in my capacity as a State of New Mexico NAC Board Director, I provided information. I encourage, really what it boils down to, the United States to sign and ratify the WIPO Treaty on genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge. WIPO Treaty. So basically, I provided remarks before the United States Department of Commerce, Patent and Trademark Office, USPTO. This happened on March 28th, at which time the USPTO received comments on the WIPO Treaty from intertribal organizations, including organizations that represent indigenous peoples based in the United States. And this was done through a webinar. Basically, quickly, I want to indicate what I said because the president wanted me to reiterate that at this convention. So basically, what I indicated on that webinar was that the WIPO Treaty can provide tribes such as the Navajo Nation with notice of potential violations of tribal law and customs related to the use of their genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge in claimed inventions. I also indicated, as a citizen of the Navajo Nation, I stated that with confidence that my nation has their own customs and traditions on genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge. Now, the WIPO Treaty has been in making for 25 years. WIPO's efforts started in the late 1990s to address the connections between intellectual property, law, and genetic resources associated with traditional knowledge. These discussions involved issues such as how to protect as intellectual property the indigenous people's ancestral knowledge, which is the traditional knowledge, TK, on how to use medicinal plants or seeds, GR, genetic resources, to cure on ailments. The genetic resource itself, the plants found in nature, cannot be protected as intellectual property because they are considered natural phenomenon in intellectual property law. Thus, the WIPO Treaty seeks to protect indigenous rights when claimed preventions are based on genetic resources and associated ancestral knowledge. Specifically, the WIPO Treaty includes provisions that would require patent applications to disclose the origin of any genetic resource or traditional knowledge. So that at a high level, that's what I indicated on that webinar. So there's a lot of other areas that the state of New Mexico Native American Church has been working on. So with that, I wanted to give some time to our legal counsel for NAC State of New Mexico, Linda Benali. If you could please oblige her.
Leo is going to introduce.
Okay, so I'll hand it over to Leo Deish, who is the president of Native American Church, State of New Mexico.
Good afternoon, each and every one of you. It is awesome to see you, to be in your presence, starting with my big brother, Terry, and then President Brady, your administration, your officers. Good job up to this point. Way to go. Attaboy to each and every one, all the officers. Thank you. Again, each and one, say thank you. Say Yat. It's good to see you. Grandpa Wilson, good to see you. Yes. And then my mom, good to see you, Mom. Over here, all the way over here, Wisconsin. You look amazing. You look different over here, Mom. Glad that you're here. So it must be the Wisconsin weather, huh? The Wisconsin cheese, maybe. So like that. So again, delegates, convention delegates, each and every one of you, say Yat. It's really good to see you. Be in your presence, stand before you like that in a good way. Omahas, you know, they do that. They put their hands out like that. From my heart to your heart, like that, each and every one of you, like that. WIPO, I'm going to say that like that to you, like that, this way, this time here, like that. Wisconsin Dells greeting, like that to each and every one of you. I wanted to take a minute and properly introduce our legal counsel. Brother Terry, Editor Deish mentioned her, and by trade she is an attorney, corporate attorney, and she's got her law skills in that way, that manner, ASU law. So it's any Sun Devils here? Yeah, I knew, you can tell. So I want to say that, acknowledge that. So we wanted to do that properly, and her father, her late father, Frankie, our late father, Frankie Deish, was a strong advocate of this way of life. And that's why we're here. We're his living testament. And our mom here, the founders of our organization, and that's how we came over here in a good way. And as you saw, Editor Deish, you saw his work. So again, just examples of our mom and our dad, so living their prayers. So we wanted to make sure that you had a few minutes to digest and be aware that our sister Linda, my sister Linda, when you come into this world, each and every one of you, you cannot choose your family, huh? You can't choose your mom, you can't choose your dad, you can't choose your sisters. You're just there. You just come into it. Sometimes you're lucky, and I'm fortunate that way today. I'm lucky to have my mom, to have my dad, to have my brothers, my sisters. So I wanted to say that. Myself, my wife, Delphina. Are you back there? Yes, thank you for being here with us. So Dr. Delphina Deish, our sons, Lethan and Corey, convention delegates from state of New Mexico. So these are my family, and that's how we came over. So again, fortunate, lucky that that's who we are, coming from our mom and our dads, our elders. So we wanted to say that. And again, my sister Linda has done tremendous legwork on behalf of our chapter, Native American Church, State of New Mexico. Here's the commercial part of it. NACNewmexico.org. That's the website that you want to go to. So when you get a chance to get more information on the information that Sister Linda, our legal beagle, that she'll come and present to you today. So if you could President Brady, once again, we come here with our hats off to you and really do appreciate this time and allowing Editor Daesh to share his time with legal counsel from the state of New Mexico. So, and aho, say that to you again at this time here. So again, we wanted to say that. So without further ado, if you could please give your kind attention. I know it's late in the afternoon, and it's usually that way here, convention time, it's that way. You start to drag about this time. Unless you went to a prayer meeting last night, that medicine's probably still working on you. Good. So, like that. But if you could give your kind attention to Linda Benally, Esquire, like that, and the information that she's going to present to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Benally. Thank you, Brother Leo, President Daesh, for that kind introduction. Editor Daesh for allowing me some time, and President Brady, thank you for your indulgence in allowing us to share some information which we think will be helpful and informative. So I'd like to thank the delegation for being here. I would be remiss if I did not extend gratitude to the NACNA of Wisconsin Dells. They have done a tremendous job in planning this event. The next generation of NAC members have been convening, meeting, planning, and I think they really have done a tremendous job. The teepee grounds was out there yesterday. It was just beautiful to be there with the teepees set up in the grassy plains there. So what I'd like to do this afternoon, and I really will try to be brief, but I'm hopeful that you will find the information helpful, and also refer to the website that President Daesh mentioned, because I think that's where you'll be able to find more information that I'm just going to very briefly touch on this afternoon. Let me start by saying that, over the last few years, as has been mentioned, we've been working with Indigenous partners and advocates worldwide to protect the rights of Indigenous peoples to use medicinal plants and preserve the traditional knowledge. And we've been voicing our concerns at the United Nations forums. There's basically 3 forums that are made available to Indigenous peoples from across the globe. The first is the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues that was formed in 2000. The next is the Special Rapporteur on Rights of Indigenous Peoples. That individual represents concerns of Indigenous peoples from across the globe that are of concern, and he carries forward those issues in a manner of hoping to address and resolve some of their concerns. The third resource that's available is the Expert Mechanism on Rights of Indigenous Peoples that was formed in 2007. This morning you heard from our professor who made remarks on another very important tool, which is really the premise or the foundation of the work that these 3 bodies advance. So within their mandate, they are advancing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. That instrument is really a collection of rights of Indigenous peoples across the globe. There are probably 43 articles within the United Nations Declaration. So these 3 bodies are carrying out the mandate to ensure that Indigenous people's rights are being actually implemented. It's one thing to have it on a piece of paper and to advance it, but to go out and do the work and really put some action behind that document is what the mandate is of these 3 entities. So the mandate in particular is for the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues is to address Indigenous issues that are related to the economic and social development, culture, the environment, education, health, and human resources of Indigenous people around the world. On this permanent forum, there are 16 members from regions of the world, and included in that 16-member permanent forum are 2 from North America. And it was our good fortune that those 2 were from the United States. One of those individuals is Jeffrey Roth, who has a great deal of interest in Indigenous health. And so that was, he was a very important resource as we were advancing these issues at the permanent forum. The other is Keith Harper. He is a practicing lawyer, former ambassador to the United Nations, and he also worked closely when we were passing the 1994 ERFA amendments. At one point, I think he also served as counsel to the Native American Church of Navajo Land, the late Robert Billy Whitehorse. So he has some background and information in this area around peyote preservation. So this permanent forum meets once a year. They meet in New York City. 16 members are sitting and listening. Think about it like in a tribal council session, right? I think we can all relate to that. They're listening to the issues of people, native peoples that are coming across from across the globe. So let me just quickly give you, just for context, what the framework is. So on an international scale, there are more than 5,000 different indigenous peoples, which comprise about 476 million people, which is about 6.2% of the population. And they're spread across 90 countries across the world, and they speak about 4,000 different languages. So any one of these entities can go to the United Nations Permanent Forum and bring their issues and concerns forward because they have exhausted the possible redress that's available in their own countries. They feel like they have advanced their issues and concerns, but they are not being addressed by their local national government. And as a result of that, then they're like, okay, what else can I do to try to find a way to advance and protect whatever their interest is, whether it's climate change, whether it's medicinal sovereignty, whether it's any other issue that's of concern to Native people. So that's the people that come to the permanent forum to raise their issues and concerns. And this year, we were there again, the state of New Mexico was present, and it's the 3rd year that we've attended the permanent forum. And I will say that another very important goal that President Daesh has been asking us to advance is ensuring that our next generation has the capacity to participate in these conversations, whether they be intellectual, whether it be in the teepee ceremony, but he wants to build their capacity because they're going to be the next generation that are advancing and protecting this Native American church way of life that we hold very dear. So with that in mind, the very first year that state of New Mexico participated in the permanent forum, we did it really in honor of our great-grandchildren. And we had Courtney Daesh, who was just barely born at the time. We dedicated the permanent forum presence to her and also to our granddaughter, Diana Butler. She was also a very young child, so it was with that mindset of why we went to carry our voice to the permanent forum. The next year that we were there in 2024, we dedicated the work we were doing to the next generation. So those that were born after 1994, which is the passage of the ERFA amendment. This year when we were there, it was in honor and remembrance of our elders. My father had passed away, and also my mother Hazel, who's with us here. So that's kind of just the general framework that we've been working on. And what I want to share with you is there's basically 2 things that we've been advancing in all of the work we've been doing. And in particular at the United Nations, it's been the protection and preservation of the peyote habitat. 4 counties in South Texas where this peyote grows, protection and preservation of that, and finding some way of getting a listening ear that can help us advance this work so that we do have the medicine available to our generations, the next generation, the generations after that, and then in Indigenous law, as they say, 7 generations from now. So that's the first goal. The second is what you've heard about earlier from President Brady, from Editor Daesh, and that's the protection of what the United Nations calls genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge. In our speak here, genetic resources, very specifically to the Native American Church, is the peyote. Genetic resources means peyote. Traditional knowledge means the know-how, the ceremony, when you're in teepee, when you're in hogan. That's what they're talking about. And what's happening is that genetic resource and that traditional knowledge, they're rolling that up and they're trying to create therapies, medicinal therapies, so that they can sell that therapy. And in order to sell the therapy and make money on it, there are patents that they're attempting to take out on that. Those patents then are some of them are being filed at the World Intellectual Property Organization in Geneva that you heard about as well, that's been discussed. So it's primarily those 2 issues that we really have been trying to get some information out about, because we believe that if there's information out to the decision makers or those who can help us influence policy, that these are the areas that we would like to, that we've been advancing. So with that, I want to focus on one issue. We've been doing this since 2019, and I'm going to just read one short clip here because I think it's important. It says, the United States Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples articulates rights held by Indigenous peoples. As rights holders, Native nations and individuals have the right to traditional medicines and plants, cultural, religious, and spiritual practices. Within the Declaration, Native peoples' rights include rights to sacred places, both within existing reservation lands or territorial boundaries beyond the reservation. And as a duty bearer, the U.S. government has a responsibility to prevent infringement of these rights. That's really important because it emphasizes and actually puts into practice what you heard about this morning from Mr. Jones. He's talking about sovereignty, right? So when we step into these conversations at an international forum, all the Indigenous people step in as the rights holder. We have an inherent right to our traditional medicines. And the duty bearer, the entity that has a duty to ensure that we have the rights to these medicines, are these national governments across the world. So that's really the framework in which we go into these conversations. We're not going in asking for permission. We're not going in asking for help, if you will. It's like, we have a right here, and we are here asking you to respect that right, demanding that there be respect of that right, and help us find ways to effectuate that for the future of the Native American Church. So that's been our message, and when you go to our website, you'll see a number of what they call interventions that have been filed by President Daesh on various topics, but focused on primarily calling out those 2 items. What happened at this permanent forum, I think it's a very positive outcome. I've been telling the board and the membership that we really hit a milestone. We hit a milestone. We've been working with one of the permanent forum members, and we advanced an issue. So during the course of 2 weeks of listening to Indigenous people's issues, the outcome, the deliverable is a report. It's a written report, and the written report, if you can get something in that written report, then you can use that text in the written report to advance your issue, wherever it is that you might need to advance that issue. So the goal always is to have some tidbit of your issue raised in that written report. And so we were recommending language and meeting with different individuals who could help advance our topic. And I'm a very spiritual person, I guess maybe that's a way to say it. And somehow through the mercy of the medicine, the mercy of the universe, everything aligned, and we got to the right people at the right time who had the listening ear, and we achieved a milestone of getting a reference to the peyote being important to Native people into a written report from the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. And I think that is a tremendous milestone that can be used throughout all of the work that President Brady was talking about, as well as, you know, other Native American church organizations. So I'd like to just close by reading this very short clip that I think is important. Okay, so it says, on April 22, 2025, Indigenous peoples from around the world spoke at the UN about the progress and challenges in implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. In May of 2025, the UN report highlighted the need for stronger political commitment and partnerships with the Indigenous peoples to address these challenges. The UN report also emphasized the importance of respecting Indigenous knowledge in environmental governance and protecting medicinal plants. It encouraged legal protections, access to justice, and incorporating Indigenous knowledge into environmental and development strategies. Of particular importance to Native American Church State of New Mexico is the forum's report language that addresses the protection of traditional plants with regard to UNDRIP. It reads in part, quote, member states should acknowledge the critical role of Indigenous peoples as guardians of their lands and territories. Their traditional knowledge must be fully respected in environmental governance, including the protection and use of medicinal plants, such as the coca leaf and peyote, that hold profound religious, cultural, and spiritual significance to Indigenous peoples and their ecosystems. So now that language is in a written report that can be referenced as we're continuing to do this work, and I think that is really a tremendous outcome that I wanted to share with the delegation this afternoon. The other thing I want to just mention is diplomacy isn't done in a vacuum. It's not done by me talking. It's not done by the president of our organization speaking. It's a collective effort. It goes far beyond the work that we've been doing. We've had tremendous partners, and they've been mentioned throughout the day. We have the National Congress of American Indians, a coalition of large tribes, tribal leaders who were sitting side by side with us at the UN, helping us advance these issues. We've had the Native American Rights Fund, we've had the Implementation Project, we've had the University of Colorado law school professors. So it's a whole collection of people that got us to the point where we got these few words in here. However, it is very significant, and we could not have done that without the help of so many different people. And you know what? The work is just starting. We have more work to do to actually move this along into where it's an actual recommendation. It's not a recommendation right now, it's just a document that says, hey, countries, think about this when you're doing your development work, or if you're doing preservation of Indigenous concerns. And that's really, I think, what I wanted to share with the group. We're always available to and interested to share information. Go to our website that was cited. And I'd like to close with that and just read everyone with a hearty thank you for listening to my remarks. Thank you to the administration for allowing me some time to share the information that we've been advancing. Thank you very much.
Thank Linda here for a good report on all the efforts that's taking place here. So I know we appreciate it very much, taking that time, that initiative to kind of go above and beyond, on the world intellectual property. So we'll go down here. And oh yeah, there's 3 more newsletters here. The last 3, first come, first serve. So I'm going to thank Terry once again for the awesome newsletters. So we'll go down here to Mr. Elroy Watson, our treasurer's report. I want to thank Elroy here for all his good efforts here, for doing the good things that he's doing here. So I know we have a $100,000 challenge that we're trying to do here.
Don't say anything, Reese.
You'll probably share that.
What's that?
Maybe our ITech here can kind of help Elroy out.
We're gonna have to open it.
So appreciate him very much. Also, he got the, we're trying to get away from the cards, writing them out every year. We have a system here, plastic membership cards that has your picture on there. So, and then it has all the laws that we're governed by. So I know a lot of people don't really savvy NACNA cards, but a lot of times it's good to have because your prayer spiritual tools are covered in the medicine. So, first time over here to Mr. Watson.
Here, Mr. Brady, President Brady, and executive officers, Ms. Palace, Shastri, Mr. Desh, thank you, Mr. Red Cloud, thank you, as well as the delegation of the 76th annual Native American Church Convention. Yate, greetings. In Shiagi, Elroy Watson, that is my name my parents gave me, so I didn't have a choice in it. So if I had a choice in it, guess what? It would have been different. I gave him like a bull riding name or something like that, a cowboy name. Anyways, Don Nan Shinigi, I always tell, one time we're having a meeting and he said, never get, it's just a first time newbie. You know what a newbie is? The new guy? This is not a comedy act, okay? So you don't have to laugh. They were saying every time you give a mic to a Navajo, man, they go through their relatives. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. And I'll tell you the story why. Okay? So here's the issue with it. I don't know, look, I don't know. Not what the name. Tulich in the ne, das ist Cheda, das ist Nana, das war ne, das ist Nalle, what is this case? I have relatives here. I have a son who's a medicine man, practitioner. I have a brother, and I have an uncle here. My elder there. Then I have another uncle way at the entry, and my auntie right here. She carries the water in. Says prayers. I got my uncle here too. That's a relative. My little sister right here too. And my immediate family. This is my family right here. My little sister, my little brother, my big sister somewhere back there. We're from Shanto, Arizona. North America affiliate chapter. So the reason why we say this story, or why we in Navajo always introduce themselves, is because this is what I was told. When the young warriors were coming back the first time they journeyed to their father, this is a winter story, but it's cold, it gets a passage, right? So, they were coming back down to Uber service, right? The Uber driver said, where are you guys going to get off at? And so that's the first test. And they named the four mountains. This is great, he said. This is the Chise, or the Bashni, this. And they said, this now, this is the George Krishna. Vashavam is our mom. Asana had changed with the grandma. And that's how they came back down to the land, to the earth. That's our identity. So I was told, if you say those words,
Those words are so very precious because the holy people will be with you. Wherever you are on this earth, if you're ever in need, you identify yourself that way. For your shelter, for your refuge. That's why we do that, relatives. The non-Navajo, I have to put it with the Navajo tribes. That's why we do that. And then for my relatives, the Navajo people, and this is why we have this is why the American Indian Religious Freedom Act is so important. Our language is so important, so precious. That to protect ourselves, it's a protection language. To protect our ways. And so this is why I wanted to make sure we understand that we have elders here. I think they'd be comforted to hear a young mind say something like that. They say, oh, there you go. That's my relative right there. That's the one I taught. What grandpas and grandmas like to say. So, and the reason why, did you get anything yet? Oh my gosh. You got a connector. Anybody have an Apple Lightning connector or HDMI?
Because it's catching it.
Yeah.
And it'll...
Nothing wrong with asking, right? You need gadgets and gadget people. No, it has to have HDMI port on it. So it's that being a doctor. Oh yeah, it's always like that.
Unless you want to email it to me. Or if you can...
Here. Hang on. Go ahead. Quickly. Okay, send it here. Hang on. I had some presentation. This is what I want to do.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You grab.
All right. While he's doing that, I'll go on with my introductions. The reason why I'm sharing this intro very earnestly is because we have a grandpa. We all have grandfathers. And this particular one wrote a letter to Mr. John Brady, our president. And he wondered why is he going beating around the bush, maybe he didn't get the presentation ready. That's not the purpose. The intent is to captivate you, okay? If you're not captivated yet, well, I'm doing a horrible job. So, dear Mr. Brady, the wisdom of the ages speaks of our ancestral, legendary knowledge, intergenerational transfer to us from time immemorial. You got one? So at this time, I just wanted to let you know that I am, we lost a loved one last night. We got news from home. And this morning, my little brother, he gave us a time of silence. And I told my mom, I said, Mom, I'm sorry you lost your uncle. The loved one we lost is very close with my grandma, my late grandma's younger brother. He got up to 94 years old, and he left the spirit world yesterday evening. He was a local church leader, he was our family church leader. He was also a spiritual leader. His name is Henry Day Sr. So at this time, I just want us to let you know that we do have our hearts are heavy, but also our church also calls, so we have to be here and just to let you know that our family is grieving at home, and just wanted to share that information with you because according to his daughter, he wanted it to be announced. So there's some relatives who know him here in attendance, and that's a relative. And I'm his story, I'm his prayer, as all of us are. We're all someone else's prayer, some elder's prayer, some elder's thought. Say that young man, grandson, nephew, niece, they're going to be a leader someday. They're going to talk to congregations and spread my message of where this church is coming from and the direction we want it to go. So I think it's very important that we, did you get it? Yeah, so it's not the connection.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you the report. I have the numbers, the delegation. I have all the printouts. I didn't want to give it all because you know how you print everything out, then you forget something, and you have to print another copy out again. So that I didn't want to do this. I want to give you the report and then give you provide you the information. So what are we doing now? How are we rolling?
I'm just gonna airdrop it to
Okay, all right. So he's gonna airdrop it. That's why I like Apple. It makes everything simple, right? You can stick out your Apple, and you can get all your data to the next someone else's device without even knowing it. So that's what I like about it. So anyway, so that's what we're doing here. That's why we're here. We're here for a good cause, for a good purpose, to share this joyous occasion with everyone. I apologize, I'm not very diplomatic in my delivery. There are ways to be more cordial and more humble in a way which we would all understand that we all come from these. So here it reads, such wisdom has not even one word of legalisy. Are you dropping it?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I apologize.
Here, you can take this.
What's that?
You can take this.
Because I have the diagrams on here too. I have diagrams on here too.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. I have diagrams. I need this thing done too. This one. This one too. This one too. This one.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. I'm talking that one, so go ahead and put that one up right now. And then I want to need this one up too. Dita. This is the budget for this year, the proposed budget for next year.
Yeah.
Okay. And then,
which one?
This one is the budget now.
Okay. You can. This one, right?
Yeah.
That one. Just airdrop that one to me. Airdrop. And then which one?
This one. Oh, which one did you airdrop?
That one.
This one. Oops. Okay. These relatives. Got it? Okay. You got it. Yeah. Alrighty. Okay. Thanks.
I'll go ahead and talk. Sit this way.
Okay, start with headstrong. Okay, so the legacy rather than the laws of nature reigned supreme, and only appeal that could be made was to the divine creator. The spirit, the water, earth, and light were primeval laws that predate all laws. For those laws came our perfect medicine. The human laws came with all the frailties we suffer from today. Prior to the ways of immigrants, natives were humble but proud. With humility, it was humility that allowed us to keep the medicine pure. We did not need any written or prescribed laws. It was our own self-regulation that kept order and justice in our ceremony. It was our perseverance by adherence to natural growth versus human propagation, cultivation that kept our medicine in abundance and readily accessible. The non-natives who today profess knowledge are poorly informed by their own education. They endanger the sacredness of our medicine and are the only ones who invite political debates about who is sanctimonious, as they charge natives for being holier than thou. The medicine awakens our dormant memory with comfort and healing. Our memories go back into antiquity as we recall ancestral teachings and recount the legendary affiliation with medicines, foods, terrestrial and celestial and aquatic non-human brothers and sisters. The immigrants know nothing of these stories and the morals that guide us to the good life. We do not need any stimulant. The medicine combines with our spirit, elicits prayer and song. The immigrants do not have such a spirit. Immigration brought many bad, poor manners, pestilence, ignorance, and politics. Their cranial superficial stems from the manufactured feelings. The immigrants want and need that fake spirituality and want desperately to invoke the same feelings that upon unsuspecting and weak-minded, spirited natives. They believe that generations of writing can inform of the world and how to treat humans. Natives know that it's not about chronology. The time passage brought, go ahead and just read along with me. The laws of nature from where our medicine originates. The immigrant laws evaporate before the light of native culture. Native culture is highly prized and some natives are willing to sell it. The free market is now filled with native-inspired clothing, ceremonial regalia, music, and writing. Native songs can be heard over the electronic waves of all media, something our elders told us not to do. Lastly, the immigrants brought the English language. They defined civilization as when recorded history started. Natives, conversely, do not accept non-civilizations but accept cultivation, which is hearsay. Her story is of Mother Earth, who gifted us with our homes, foods, medicines, and seasons. The history is for the vain who flatter themselves with flowery words. The story is for the humble. We have no need for any white man in our peyote ceremony. He and his laws should never intrude, interfere, or intercede in Native American rights. Decriminalization is abhorred as pronounced by all immigrants. Respectfully, Ted Strong. So this was left for us. So it's become on us to understand, to look at ourselves, within ourselves, and how we want to handle with the reins, the bridle that's been given to us. So it's important that we understand that we look at what was left by our elders to us. Each one of us has an elder that talked to us, that said, hey, nephew, hey, niece, take care of this medicine, take care of this fireplace. Don't change it. I don't know how many of us can remember that. I do. I remember that. I remember one of my grandpas telling me that, take care of the fireplace. Take care of yourself. Be a good person. Be a good relative. And we have to understand something about this whole thing is because we're the examples now. Who's going to set the example if we don't set it for our young ones? We're not setting it for other people's relatives or the other culture or another human race. We're doing it for our own immediate family. Our children, our grandchildren, they're looking to us. What do we want them to carry forth with them after we are all gone? Because everything's impermanence, nothing's permanent. So these are some of the things that you think about. Who will set these examples? Because remember beforehand, my grandpas, they were introduced in 1950s, they were introduced to the 5-year training program through the BIA. 5 years, I learned how to be a carpenter, a dishwasher, a cook. These were skills that were taught in these additional training programs in Carlisle, in Riverside. All these BIA schools. So all the kids were all taken away from their homeland, was destroyed. A lot of our tradition, our traditional medicine. But we are blessed that they came across through these Pan-American Indian educational system that we got introduced to Native American Church. They took what little they still had with them, they remembered, and they combined it. And that's what we have today. That is all that we have left. A lot of the traditional Navajo ceremonies have all died out, have left with their elders, the medicine men. This is all we have left. And in it, we still have some language in it. And you heard relatives talking about language, describing a descriptive name for the peyote. And that hasn't changed yet. So what's going to happen if we teach that language to other non-natives? Something to think about. So we started a drive here not too long ago. This is going to be reports that you can share with your delegations. I'm just going skimming as fast as I can through it because I know it's been a long day for everyone. So Mr. Brady talked about the 100,000. Go ahead and go up. So you'll see right here it said 10,000. Go up. Okay, actually it's supposed to be the 100,000, but for some reason my typist forgot the 10. So it's be 100,000. So you will see $1,634. That's been how much been collected. We have some Native American church affiliates who contributed to that amount, as well as individuals' contributions. So you'll also see how much we made from affiliation fees from last year's. And then, of course, you have the membership cards there, $1,326. And the individual donation that you see there is the newsletter that we have. Go ahead, go up. So that brought us to $27,796.65. So then we look at the expenditures. The host, 1,000 went to the host according to the bylaws. Then we have printing, delegation. The delegates are the part where when we go to work session, when we do meetings, quarterlies, we pay $150 to the attendees for their fees. And then of course the payment for the publication of the newsletter is $32 per publication. So the more pages that he adds to his newsletter, the cost increases. We haven't provided the scholarship funds yet for the attendees. And then the $154 is for the supplies that we use, like papers and stuff like that, printing. And then so that amounted to $6,187.85. That is for all the food, the travel, that like let's say we went to Washington D.C. So guess how much it costs us for a tray over there, a small tray to serve to our visitors. We went to the Kennedy Center. We're doing a presentation. Those costs, when they add up, that's where all those costs were coming from. The catering services, also renting the rooms. This year, like we went to Las Vegas to the Tropicana for their for our fall conference or quarterly meeting, and we had to pay a fee there. Again, we still had to pay our delegates for their gas money, $150, probably maybe one way for a lot of our delegates, one-way travel. Do you have any questions about the budget that we use this year? Any questions on it? Let's get, so the Indian balance is $16,790.50. So go ahead and go to the next one. Go back to my other report. The other one. The guy, no. The other one with the one that had the graph on it. So the other part we've been working on, the graph, do you have the graph, the letter? Okay. All right, we're going to airdrop some really quick. This one is fast and you guys are going to like. This is beautiful. You guys are going to like it. Oh, by the way, if you have an iPhone, I can actually just airdrop it to you too. Have your stuff together. So. Okay. So as we wait for this next part of the graph of the presentation, that's a look at what we look like today. It's not who we are. This is what we look like. Because part of if you ever looked at how many of you actually looked at the bylaws? One, the responsibility for a treasurer, right? What's one of his responsibility? Come on. Except being honest. What else is the other one? Bond is another one. Go ahead, go up. See that graph? Put it on the graph. So, if you want to see, this is what our membership looks like. This is what we have today. If you look at it, see how many members each chapter is contributing. So, if you look at it, this is data from 2018, or excuse me, 2021 to 2024. And then this current term. That's how many members we have, is 347 cardholders, or members, excuse me, not followers, but members. So, this year, when you did your registration, affiliate chapters, how much information did you share with your registration documents besides the 2 delegates? Are we being honest? Are we being accountable to our church? Are we being accountable to our expectations, our standard? So this is part of our responsibility to provide this information to you. You have to look at yourself, you have to weigh what we need to do, the steps that we need to take. Because when you go to Congress, they ask you, how many people are you talking for? And if I just say, oh, we have 347 members, that's it? What about the rest of the Indians? What happened to them? We can't use genocide with it, right? That's done and over with. So this is what we're facing. This is what Native America looks like today. Go ahead, go up the screen. And then I hope that information provides some knowledge, the current status about our affiliate chapters. I sincerely appreciate your time to listen to my presentation with all the technical difficulties. That concludes my presentation today to you. Yes, sir.
Is it possible to
what we're going to do is I'm going to go find a printing machine and print everybody one document per delegate so you can take home. I didn't want to do a draft and then make all the changes and send you a novel home with you, because you know how much those things weigh at the airport, right? Yes, sir? Any questions? No. Any questions? Any ideas? Something to share with your relatives, your congregation? None? That concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank Mr. Watson here for a good report. Also, as you can tell too, good relatives, you can tell the movements here. We're kind of picking up our game here and there, having PowerPoints and, you know, trying to be savvy about today's world. So, so entertain a motion here to accept the report.
Once you plug in HDMI.
Executive officers, so Mr. Hardy, second by Steamboat.
Okay, yeah.
So all in favor of accepting the officers' reports? Thank you all.
Twenty-nine.
29, those opposed?
30 right here for this, Texas. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Okay, those abstain, reports. Okay. Motion 30.
Yeah.
30 in favor, 0. So thank you all. Okay, moving down here. And then maybe after the delegates' reports, and then maybe we'll kind of recess until tomorrow. I mean, just FYI, because I have a call here at 4:30. A good call. So I'll turn this time over here to the delegates at large report. So we turn this time over here to New Mexico.
Right there, that jump. Corey Day. Yep, do it. 5 minutes. Yep, go for it.
Those that signed for your jackets and t-shirts, I got them over here in this corner, FYI, and I don't have any kind of cash app or anything like that, so we have some fun.
Testing. Yat Corey, Dayish, yes, good to see you guys all. I want maybe you all can give yourself a round of applause for coming out this year. So you guys are awesome. You guys came out, spent resources in that regard. So I'm happy to see you guys all here, listening to our executive officers and such. So, you know, I'm going to try to be punctual just for your time. I don't want to waste too much of it. So here we're going to do my report. My phone is right here. So again, my name is Corey Dayish. I'm a member of the Native American Church State of New Mexico. We're based out in Shiprock, New Mexico. And part of our thing that we're doing for the initiatives for State of New Mexico, 5 items: capacity building, synergy initiative, peyote habitat protection, medicinal plant, to the third one, community service, 3, educational programming, and our governance 501c3. So if we go into our B section, continuing the NACNA initiatives, we have 4 or 5 of them. Our president of the Native American Church State of New Mexico has been invited by Mesa Community College, American Indian Institute to provide traditional knowledge, setting up teepees in that regard. The next item was we had a Four Corners Thanksgiving turkey drive throughout our Native American Church Four Corners region, so that was very fun. We also got to extend some cold turkeys to our Chavez family over here, Bruce Chavez over in Red Valley Cove. So the next item was Native American Church Relations and Diplomacy. Some of them includes, you know, you've heard it before, the WIPO, genetic resources, associated traditional knowledge, under the UN initiatives, and then also some of those initiatives, like today, like the founder of the Native American Church State of New Mexico, Frankie, late Frankie Dayish, my dad, Leo Deish, the president of Native American Church, State of New Mexico, will conduct a prayer service tomorrow. So just for your information. Also, the Native American Church, State of New Mexico, conjured a regional business meeting for its membership. And agenda items included, but not limited to, member cards, United MRIP, United Permanent Forum, WIPO, Treaty, etc., etc. So, fun fact, we also like to appreciate our veterans. So tomorrow is Flag Day. Fun fact, my brother is an Army veteran, which happens to be the Army Branch 250th birthday. So that is 1 year older than the United States Constitution. So come up to my brother, he's the Vice President of the Native American Church, State of New Mexico. Thank you for your service. Thank you, Lethan. What we have been doing as far as engagement supporting initiatives, my uncle here and my auntie Linda, they went to the Capitol Hill, I believe, under the Native American Church of North America, where they were supporting and reminding the importance of ERFA 1990, 73, 77, and 1994. So those two important dates. Also, we have been working very closely with the Native American Rights Fund, University of Colorado, the implementation project. And so this is just some of the things that we have been doing the past years. And the latest one that's going to be coming up is our legal counsel, Linda Benali, has been invited on a panel sponsored by NARP, the implementation project, Colorado University, titled Indigenous Women at the United Nations 2025, reflecting and explaining the UN experience, all in regard, all following this medicine, peyote. So that's all we're doing. We also have intertribal virtual outreach, where the Native American Church, State of New Mexico, employs a public website where the state charter posts initiatives, events, information, and if you can go to the website, Lethan. And this is our chapter's website. It's public. You guys are more than welcome to look at it. This is where we post all of our, and that is 6 minutes, and I'll wrap it up as soon as I can. Everything here, the things that we are doing, our initiatives, and it's pretty much what I covered in the report. So, you know, that makes my job easy, right? I just kind of grab bits and pieces, paste it onto my report, and then give it to the North America body as well. So, if you guys are readers, if you guys are lawyers, go ahead and look at all of these documents and resolutions and all of this fun stuff. So it's good stuff, and I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you for coming out. I want to thank your elders. I don't know them. I don't know who they are, but I know they prayed for you guys. So I just want to say thank you to your relatives. Thank you to the executive body. It's good to see you, Uncle. Thank you for these newsletters, providing to these wonderful, you know, it's good, it's nice and glossy, so it's a reflection of you, your family. So happy Father's Day to you, Uncle. And then everyone else here, Professor, Instructor. Thank you, Vice President, for everything. Paulus, and then President Brady, Masgidots. And then Yate, Treasurer, thank you again. So again, my name is Corey Deish. If you have any questions, I appreciate it. And we'll see you guys at the next one.
I think State of New Mexico, I really appreciate our younger generation stepping up to the plate now. And I'm going to thank the Deish family, the uncles, the aunties there, for putting that responsibility here to the younger generation. So I appreciate that very much. Okay, we'll go with State of Arizona here. So Mr. Woody, we want to appreciate him very much. In last mid-year meeting, I thought he really did a really awesome job with his minutes. Kind of broke it down, every topic. You know, it was really nice. So I want to say thank you for that. You know, it was well read. So.
Thank you, Mr. President and the Executive Board here today, and my brother Elroy, my brother Terry, brother Daryl, sorry about that, and then my sister Jessica. Thank you very much. And I try to acknowledge and share the things I share with my Arizona chapters, and just how I communicate with them. But the thing that's hard is I want feedback, but you know that communication is not there. But somehow we managed to go forward, and I'm just thinking that all my affiliated chapters are getting the information I think that is important. So thank you, executive officers here. Thank you. Greetings to the esteemed members, leaders, and participants here of the Native American Church of North America. So it is with profound gratitude and humility that I stand here before you today to extend a heartfelt welcome to this remarkable gathering of our spiritual community. Together, we represent the legacy of faith, tradition, and unity that has been carried forward by generations to the devoted members. This sacred occasion is a testament of the strength of our collective spirit and our shared community to the values that guide us. So I want to say thank you to the host chapter, Travis, Jessica, everybody that took part in this convention this year and hosting us. Thank you for your hospitality. It's really nice. It's my first time out here, and I'm always happy to be here to share information and resources. So thank you for that. So I wish to take this moment to express my deepest thanks to our gracious host chapter. Your dedication, meticulous efforts, and unwavering hospitality that made this event not only possible but deeply meaningful for all who have traveled from far, and then from those who travel from live around here as well. Your warm welcome is transformed in this gathering into a homecoming, a place where everyone feels embraced, respected, and valued. And so, one of the things that we had committed, at least from our chapter, the Steamboat Half Moon Fireplace, was that we were going to be here, we were going to present a teepee that my father was making. And that commitment, we wanted to complete that teepee. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. The way my dad is thinking, the way he thought about making things, the way he thought about creating things, was a little bit overwhelming for us to continue what he was doing. So we're learning from this teepee that he started, and then we're going to still keep our promise. Maybe not at the next convention, but maybe sometime between now and the next convention, we will present that teepee to the Omaha tribe. So that was one of the things that we had promised, but we thought we could do it. but I guess our dad was just really smart and knew how to create things. And we thought we knew, but it's difficult to build teepees. And I think we asked him, how many teepees have you built? He said, about over 4,000. So that's a lot of teepees. So he knew what he was doing, how he calculated, how he figured the measurements and everything. So those are some of the things that is still forthcoming. We're still building it. We're not giving up on it as his kids. But some of the things that I wanted to bring. Also, we are still going to go forth with feeding the family, maybe on Father's Day for breakfast. So that's still a promise that we wanted to honor our mom and dad in that fashion as well. So with that, I want to say that much for our Arizona chapter, and I hope we have all of them here representing us today. So as we embark on these meaningful discussions, ceremonies, and reflection, let us hold in our hearts the teachings and traditions that unite us. Let us honor the Native American Church, enduring missions of spiritual growth, cultural preservation, and communal harmony. Together we may continue to walk in the path of enlightenment, guided by our faith and inspired by our ancestors whose wisdom illuminates our journey. So in closing, I extend my blessings to every one of you. My gratitude to the host chapter, and my hope for a gathering that will not only strengthen our bonds, but also leave a legacy for future generations. And so I want to express that today. And I also submitted a little outline of what Mr. Justin Jones was talking about earlier today. So I sent that to the Arizona affiliation, my notes, and just to keep you abreast of what I thought he meant, what I thought he said. And yes, we need to embrace that coalition and unite, and that's how we can move forward in peyote preservation. That is the key here. Without that, what are we going to have? What are we going to use? What are we going to pray to? So with that, I submitted that to my affiliates, and I hope you got it, and hopefully that's what I submitted is meaningful. And so that will conclude my report here. Thank you, Arizona chapter, and I told you that we need to start grooming another delegate at large. Let's start now. Groom them. Get them ready, so when they get their boots on the ground, they're ready to go. For me, it was different. It was I had to learn everything, and then the history, and then come back forward with it. And so I wasn't given any documents or anything like that. But nonetheless, I did my best. So that's what we need to think about, and that's how we're talking about with the Arizona affiliation. So, Mr. President, thank you for this opportunity, and your officers here as well. Happy Father's Day.
Yeah.
It's kind of a bittersweet moment for us, but nonetheless, enjoy. Take care of your parents, your loved ones, and that will conclude my little speech here. Just afternoon, and safe travels home.
Awesome. Give a good round of applause here. Good report. Well understood, well read. You know, I'm thinking very much here. So any delegates at large? Oneida? Okay.
Sukuli Kanawela Yungets. Greetings, everyone. My name, I said it. It's, she makes things go away. And my government name is Gina Paulus. I think I didn't introduce myself that exact way yesterday, but I'm going to make this real brief. I enjoyed today. I enjoyed those attorneys. That is my background. I have a legal background. I didn't tell you guys that yesterday. I don't try to advertise that because then I get requests, but I enjoyed that legal part of it. And in the near future, my background may be going to law school. So I just want to make that known real quick. And it's going to be an environmental, because that medicine is connected to that, and that's kind of like calling me. But I have something that I want to express a comment on behalf of our fireplace in Oneida, Wisconsin. Going to other fireplaces in Wisconsin, we've noticed something, and it's kind of discouraging. It's kind of frustrating. So I'm asking for help on how to address this. And the issue that we have at hand, and I've been asked to speak on it, is that we have various fireplaces that I'm not sure if they're bona fide fireplaces, you know, if they've received their fireplace from an ancestor, relative. I don't know if they're making their own fireplaces. I'm not even sure how it's working, but they're doing drugs before they go in and ingesting this medicine. This is becoming a trend among some of our young people. Like, they're making it up as they go. And I spoke on that yesterday a little bit about the young people, and you have certain ways, and you follow those ways, and those ways were handed down from time immemorial. The ways were handed down, how to do this, how to do that, how the ceremonies, how you conduct them, whether it's birth, whether it's death, whatever kind of ceremony it is, there's a way. So these young people are coming up nowadays, and I'm not even sure if they're enrolled tribal members or not, but there's a little trend. They're using little gummies before they go in meetings, the one that have the THC and all that, and they're thinking it's okay. They're taking breaks and going outside and coming back in after they've used some sort of drug, even if chemicals like cocaine and all that kind of thing. And it's not okay. And I don't, you know, like, it's frustrating because when you do say something to these young people, they get all offended. They get in their feelings, like we don't have a right to say something. But at the same time, when we're saying something, we're protecting the integrity of our medicine, of the medicine, the leader of all medicines. We're protecting that integrity. You can't come into these ceremonies high on drugs already. You can't do that. Our medicine will clean that out of you. But it's like a level of disrespect that's being displayed, and we're kind of frustrated. And I was asked to talk about this because it's getting trending. Yeah. Up here in northern Wisconsin anyways. I don't know about everywhere else, but I want to put that out there because I know there's been ceremonies that my brother, his name is Buddy Paulus, his Indian name is Gully Weesox, but he's been in meetings where there's been even non-tribals in there, and he said I have to stand on business. I have to stand on my commitments to this medicine, and I can't allow non-tribals to be in here because that's against the law. And we're trying to protect this medicine. We're not just trying to do it any old way. We're not just trying to run our altars any old way. There's ways that they have to be taken care of, and there's ways that you have to go about it. And one of the ways that I've never been taught, I've never even heard of this until like the last 5 years, is people using drugs before they come into meetings. And that's very offensive, and it's very disrespectful. So anything that our relatives can help us with in terms of addressing this is very helpful. But I guess my request is this, for our leadership to put out a statement that that's not okay. That we're not condoning and nor are we supporting that kind of activity, that individuals are going to come into ceremonies, bona fide ceremonies that our ancestors had to die for. They had to die for the right to even practice this. that we have some of our younger generations disrespecting it. They're not just disrespecting the medicine itself, they're disrespecting the actions our ancestors had to take in order to keep this continuing on till today. And here we are again fighting for it through political processes and whatnot. That's what we have to do. We have to fight the political processes. We have to get down with the lawyers now. That's what we have to do in order to protect our medicine. And I'm fully behind that. I like a good fight. But I don't want to fight with our own people. I don't want to have to fight with them in order for us to continue on with our medicine and to use it. I don't want to have to do that. But that's an issue. That's a reoccurring issue around our young people, some of them. And I'm not saying all of them. There's some places you're going to go and you're going to find out that they're doing that. And that's unacceptable. And it's disrespectful. I wanted to make that comment. I wasn't trying to be negative. Really, I'm not trying to offend anyone. If that's what you do outside of here, outside of the teepees, outside of the ceremonies, that's your life and your business. But if you're walking and you're standing on business, you're not going to bring that around our ceremonies. You're really not going to do that. That's all I have to say, Yowanko. Thank you.
Good words. Good words. Okay, any delegates? Anybody else? Okay, Omaha.
My name is David Cox. I'm enrolled Ho-Chunk of the Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska, but I serve our church, the Omaha Tribe of Nebraska, as the chaplain. First of all, we want to thank all the delegates that have came here today, from the young to the old, all NACNA board members. Thank you for everything that you're doing on the national level for us. We want to send a special thank you out to the Wisconsin Dells Native American Church chapter for hosting this event. It's really beautiful here. This is my wife and I's first time being delegates for our chapter. We wanted to give an update. We recently formed our chapter into a 501c3. And we're in a pre-development stage as of right now for a new land site and building for a future church to be built on our tribe. We're doing that for our people. We're not trying to do it for ourselves or anything. It's what God called us to do on behalf of our people. Our chapter has all new board members and new board of directors that we voted in a few months ago at one of our meetings that we had, our business meetings, and we're working diligently right now to bring God back into the center of our people, because in the Omaha tribe right now, alcohol use and drug use is a big epidemic on our reservations. We've lost a lot of young relatives due to fentanyl overdoses, drug use, suicide. So what we're trying to do as a church and a chapter is to bring our youth back around. I know upcoming here, towards the end of June, we're going to be hosting a youth conference for our youth. We want to show them how to put up a teepee, how to tie a drum, bring this stuff back into our youth, kind of do the suicide prevention and stuff like that, talk about it, bring people in to talk about it, talk about our ways, what this drum means. And we want to ask them, what does this medicine, this peyote, mean to you? What does it really mean to you? Does it help you in any way? How does it affect your life every day? Because eventually our goal as a charter and a chapter is to fundraise the money that we need to fund our medicine and make it free to our people. That's what we're trying to do as a chapter, as a charter. That's what we want to bring to our people. So there's less fortunate out there that maybe can't afford to purchase this medicine. So they want to hold a meeting, then they can just come and say, hey, we want to have a meeting. Well, here you go, here's some medicine. Go run a meeting. You know, make it good that way for our people. And as I know of, we had some representatives from the Omaha Tribal Council and also our Attorney General that went down to the NCAI conference. They never forwarded us the documents that we needed, but once we get back to Macy, we will talk to the president about getting those, and I will forward them over to Ms. Palace as soon as I can get those. And I just, you know, I can't stress enough on what she was saying about our people using drugs and stuff. We see it all the time down where we're from. You know, they'll ingest the gummies or smoke pens or smoke weed or whatever it is that they're doing, and they'll come into a meeting like that. I feel the same way. A lot of people might know my grandfather. His name was Clarence Cox. He came around a lot to doings, and that's kind of where I learned to take my spot at, you know, and to be in this church and to do things a certain way, to live a certain way, to be a certain way. And then he always used to stress to me, you know, everything that you're ever going to need in life, it's right here for you. This fireplace, it's right here. You just got to reach out and take it. Reach out and grab it. Tell God what you want. He's going to make it that way for you. Believe in it. Live it. He's going to make it that way. So I just wanted to stress that much. Again, I want to thank everybody. Us Omahas, we have a word that we like to say. It doesn't mean that I'm done speaking. It just means that I said what I needed to say, and that's how it's going to be. And that word's Gategaho.
Good. Any more delegates would like to stand up? Come on up, Texas. Thank you again for the Omaha tribe over here, delegate, giving a real good report and so forth, and encouraging the younger generation as well. Stand in line, guys. Stand in line, the ones that are going to be coming up next.
Chumana, good evening. Buenas noches. My name is Isaac Papa Bear Alvarez Cardenas. I come from Wanaka, Wapupaco, Yanawana, commonly known as San Antonio, Texas. Our Tapilam Huitecan Nation have been the caretakers and custodians of this holy sacrament, peyote, for over a millennium. And now we find out with some more archaeological discoveries, it may even be 100,000 years. I come to you and want to welcome all of you here. I want to thank our executive board, our president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, editor-in-chief, and all of you that have sacrificed today, a weekend, to be here, to be able to share some ideas. My young people are passing out this letter that I'm going to read, but before I do that, I wanted to acknowledge my father, Dan H. Cardenas, World War II veteran, went over there when he was 15, liberated North Africa, Italy, France, and Germany. And my mom, my late mom, and my late dad. My mom was Namina Comanche, Aurora Cardenas, taught me many things about these ways. I also am a Kona. We use the word Kona, we don't say roadman, or we say officiant. And I've been with the Native American Church of North America for over 20 years. And I've been appointed as the delegate at large for the state of Texas. So I know that you all have been praying for rain, and let me tell you, we got a lot of rain this week, and we're getting more, and that says really good for the medicine. Because then in the summer, it's not going to go down, it's going to stay up. And all the bushes that protect it, it's going to be able to have a good harvest. So praying for that. Also, I want to thank the Ho Chunk Nation for providing this beautiful place. This is my third time out here. The first time I was out here, nobody knew who we were. And I think James Botsford and Linda Benali helped us out. We are members in good standing for over 20 years. So blessings to this place and this beautiful green grass that we see. Hopefully we can take some of this rain back home. We too have a story with the Catholic Church and the missions. We have 5 missions. And that was kind of like the boarding school. So the missionaries made us the first Catholics. Not all of us are Roman Catholics. I walk between the camps of the Native American Church and the Roman Catholic Church. So if I go to ceremony on Friday and Saturday, Sunday, I play choir for the Catholic Church, and my wife works for the catechism for the children. So I'm very comfortable being able to have those. And we have to thank our Catholic Church because our lineage descendancy, they wrote everything down about our people. I like this new word, the new word for the day, or 2 words, this inherent sovereignty. Man, Justin, I mean, that's a powerful word. I'm going to be using that. And, you know, the peyote is not something that we want. It's something that we need. We have to have that in our bodies, in our DNA. When sailors would go on the ships, they had to have citrus. They had to have some sort of citrus. Otherwise, they'd have scurvy. This is how the medicine is with us. We need to have it. We had to have it to ingest it, to be with it, to pray it. So I'm going to read this letter to you. Some of you have it already, maybe start to read it. This comes from the Tapilan Cualteca Nation and is dated 6/11/2025. Dear President Brady, the Tapilan Cualteca Nation is grateful to the Native American Church of North America, NACNA, for your 20 years plus of support to the NACNA Texas Chapter, Yanawana Tapilam Native American Church of the Americas. We are so honored that your administration, the chapter delegates at large, and members of the NACNA would consider the state of Texas as a possible home and a national office for the Native American Church of North America headquarters, and that you would be open to sharing the building space with our nonprofit organization, the American Indians of Texas at the Spanish Colonial Missions, located in Yanawana, San Antonio, Texas. As a sign of our gratitude, our hospitality, and desire to continue working together on our shared mission of protecting the sacred peyote for many generations to come, the Tribal Council of the Tapilam Cualteca Nation is offering to waive, we are offering to waive any rental and office expenses to the Native American Church of North America. If you choose to use the AIT-SCM building as your headquarters, any financial or in-kind letter support would be welcome. The Tribal Council is willing to clear any obstacles on the path to encouraging and supporting your decision to call San Antonio, Texas, your home. We invite you to visit us in person, Mr. President. to further discuss. If you accept, we will gladly pay for your travel and hotel expenses. We entrust the president of our Texas chapter, Javier Cervantes, would you take the stand? How about a round of applause for this humble man? And excuse me. And we wanted to deliver this message to you, to your administration, to your delegates, and the NACNA members, and with facilitating and coordination of your decision to meet in person. We are honored to be affiliated with the NACNA and pray that we can be supportive of your goals and sacred mission. Respectfully, Raymond Hernandez, Tribal Chairperson, Cultural Preservationist, Tapilan Cualteca Nation. Tapilan Cualteca Nation, our tribal council is Pananam Payaya, Raymond Hernandez, Borado, Mickey Killian, Alteca Paguame, Ramon Juan Vasquez, our Jarame, Linda Jimenez, and Pampoa, the late Stephen Casanova. So we are all in for NACNA. This is the only group that we are affiliated with. And we had a hard time when we first got here. We didn't know anybody. And I relate that saying about coming into a room and nobody knows you. So many of you may have to do that. Go into places that we need to speak and we need to have a voice. So what I want to do is call out to join forces, to be together, to be united. And the one word that we need is we need to love each other. We really do need to love each other. Because if we start bickering about little things, that's going to separate us. And that's what colonization did. They wanted to separate us. They wanted to take us away. And they tried. They cut our tree down, but they didn't pull it by the roots. And the tree has grown back. And the medicine is alive and well. So again, I want to thank everyone. And particularly all the executive board that sacrifices all the things they need to do. And locating in San Antonio and Yanaguana would be strategically really good. We'd be close to the gardens. Please come and visit our campus. We're open during the week. Come down and let us know. We also have a phone number that we're going to be giving for the national office. It's already active. I man that phone, and you can call, and I will try to get the messages and kind of help our president and executive board with some of those questions, and I can relay them to them. So, and that phone is being paid by myself. I'm paying that phone bill for the national office, and we're just waiting for the board to make the decision with you all's support. And I want to thank you, and we say Nalit Sam, thank you, and we say Tamok when we end.
Awesome. Wow.
Really nice to hear that report. Really nice to have good, loving relatives to open the doors up here for all this many years. We all know the national organization hasn't really had a home site or a place where we can go. I heard there's a few places, but that's another chapter. But nevertheless, so I guess any other reports before I kind of want to entertain a motion before all of that? Okay.
Now his story, if not who you are, now so my hill not so none hishibin. Yet Ashik Edoshi didn't ask a Sarah fan in Yinsha, but Anina shiny, but she told eating dash shine, dash Good afternoon. Congressman, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to officers, all the delegates. It's good to see you all here. I am the delegate at large for Utah. And part of my job is, of course, making sure my constituents are informed of what is going on with our church, as well as anybody else who comes to me with their questions, and I give them the best answer that I can give. And one of the parts that I was appointed for the Native American Church of North America was to be be the chairperson for the scholarship committee. I do have paper copies of the scholarship form here with me. I also had Jessica put it on the NACNA Facebook page as well. I've also gotten calls already. It's very simple. Number one is your membership card. I will enforce the idea now because I've been getting calls about where can I get my membership card. I will tell them you need to speak to your local chapter, and I'm finding out now that a lot of them are doing membership cards last minute. It's not just for the scholarship, they're wanting a membership card last minute for travel permits. As my church, I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys as well do not go on the basis of, hey, I need an ID or my membership card now, can you give it to me now? Personally, no. I personally do not do that for my church. I'm pretty sure you guys don't. You have a process. And I want to reiterate, get your membership cards ahead of time. Do not be asking me or other people here. They're not going to, we have processes that we have to follow. I have, my mother's a president of our church, and she has her own process of how to come across her membership card. And I will tell them that, and also get to know your delegate at larges, get to know your delegates, because they're the ones that are going to be issuing your membership cards. Get active in your church. Part of the scholarship question is, what do you do for your church? What is your role? How are you active? Because personally, I came here as a high school student. I've been coming here since I was a little girl. And I sat in on the meetings when I was younger. I had no idea what was going on until I got older. And I got to know people, speaking with the Daesh family. They clear up a lot of stuff for me that I don't know. If I don't know, I'll ask Linda, or I'll ask these guys about their opinions. Or if I need direction myself. Don't be afraid to use your voice. Ask questions, because that's the only way you're going to learn. And for the college students that are here, I got to speak to some of them yesterday. There is a scholarship for you guys. Number one, membership card. Number two, have somebody proofread your essays. I went to Arizona State University to become an English teacher. So I'm going to reiterate, proofread your work before you turn in the scholarship. And another idea that was brought up to me, I'm also a former royalty title holder. If the delegation wants to have an ambassador, basically Miss Native American Church of North America, and that would also, bring in our youth. Not necessarily a princess, but possibly an ambassador. Because yesterday, the youth had very, very good answers. And I'm very proud of my nieces, because I'm like, I wonder if they're listening, because we're always, very firm with our upbringing. And just hearing the little kids' answers, it's like, oh my gosh, they do listen. And they have their own perspective of our church, of how we're raised around this fireplace. So with that, I just want to close out that I do have scholarship forms. You can come see me just so we can get the time going. I know everybody is hungry, antsy, but I appreciate to see everybody here, and happy Father's Day to everybody who has a father still. Thank you.
Thank delegate of Utah. So anyone else here? Delegate reports. I know usually just a few have them, but this year it's nice to see more delegates are stepping up here. Okay.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Officers and also delegates here and relatives taking in the meeting here. Also, I'd like to commend my brother Isaac Adenis and his organization also do their report on this, the proposed home for the Native American Church in North America. something that's been floating around ever since I remember in the days when I first got acquainted with these type of conventions back in 1996. And I believe some of the elders at that time were also posing these type of questions initially. Where do you think we need to, North America organization to hang their hat? And it appears with favorable reporting here that is coming to fruition that we may see it, at least in my lifetime, at a church of this magnitude. The reason I say that is with everything going on today, looking at the news, different organizations, Native American churches, there are a lot of disgruntled, or if you will, or confused relative members out there that are looking up to what North America is doing. Yes, your executive committee sitting up there, they're watching your every move in a way with hope that something can come out of it that's going to stabilize and pacify their fears, their uncertainty, their anxiousness. So to me, in this regard, this type of reporting, I would like to see in action saying we concur with the leader that emphasized with us that yes, there's a place over there near the peyote homeland. Where else could we be near? So with that said, and also I'm sure it wasn't really on the your agenda meeting, quote unquote. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept this document that was read to us and also handed to the members here. So to show our enthusiasm and also our gratitude in an organization taking an initiative to recognize us. With that said, I'd like to entertain a motion of Isaac Cardenas' presentation on the letter and the document he handed out. Mr. President.
Thank you, Arizona delegate. White Mesa. So I know I want to say thank you, and a delegate of Arizona. You want to entertain a motion?
A motion to accept Isaac's.
To accept this letter here. So just for the record, delegate of Arizona, one of your chapters here, voting delegates, want to make a motion to accept what he did, Texas, Mr. Isaac Cardenas. You know, so do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Oneida. All in favor?